Good job, King.
Oh, good job, King. Artorias thanks to tier 1, 51 months. Nice streak. Big streaker. It's big robot time, my lads. And because this is bedtime stories get read to, comma, Japan, how about we do the classic intro?
Ah, it seems we have a guest with an intriguing destiny. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
Jump.
Good job, King. Good job, King.
Good jump, King. Sujabusta, thanks to tier 3, 56 months. Perfect streak, the classic. And Tay Barracuda tier 1, 50. Look at these 50 plus. 50 plusers pushing 50. 50 dares. Unfathomably based. Anyway, how you guys doing this fine evening? Second stream on this, or has it been so long you missed some? No, literally Artorian. This is the second stream. The first one, ahem, was like February 26 of this year. Better late than never, as I always say. 8 months later, we're doing stream number 2 of Stories from Seoul.
So fucking big.
So
I'm sorry, my
fucking
dude, but you're
big.
huge.
Thanks bits. Do I remember what happened last time? Kinda. Do I remember what all the characters are? No. Look, we'll pick up the pieces. I'm sure we'll get right back into the swing of things, and if we don't, it'll just be some random words to listen to as you're drifting off to sleep, right? Yeah, the true return. Still can't see Discord on your phone? I'm still waiting for the Discord robots to reevaluate my Discord server's demotion to 18 plus, needing people's real IDs. that I did not sign up for because I figured they would be so irresponsible that they would have a data breach and get everybody's IDs and real life pictures stolen, and it happened. Every time. 2 things guaranteed will happen every time there's some pearl clutching government overreach, invasion of privacy, 1984 bullshit, which most governments are just absolutely salivating over increasing. The first thing that always happens is a big data breach, and your personal face and information is always stolen and just dispersed throughout the world because they're inept. And the second thing that always happens is the original reason is to, quote, protect the kids. But 1 millisecond after the policy goes into place, it will be abused to censor dissent. Every time. On a lighter note, let's talk about space. The PC-98. The year is 19XX. We are in space. Space is like a ketchup packet. You are the sauce. I remember that. I remember that from this game. The "you are the sauce" speech. I remember that thing. Each time, every time. Let me get all my sound things in order here. Oh, the hype train? Oh, shit. I'm opening up the game in the background, which is why you heard that.
Oh, big.
Oh, big. With bits, Artorius. How's the volume on that? Is that fine? There's some background music. It looks like it's hovering around neg 35, which should be alright. Where's Captain Milf? Excuse me, that's Captain Step on Me to you, okay? Polymarket betting on data breaches happening, including on Polymarket. Oh, I gotta sign up to that place. Actually, I probably shouldn't. That's dangerous for a guy like me to sign up to a site like Polymarket. I'd be betting all over the place. It's not Scoo-chan, but it'll do. What's Polymarket? It's a place where you can bet on the outcomes of real-life future events, such as the presidency. It's not like sports. It's like sports betting for politics and a bunch of other stuff, which I think is a wonderful idea. And one that I'm currently resisting signing up to, otherwise I'd get in trouble. Anyway, game screen turn on. Shift the hamburger guy a little off to the edge here. There's a Chud ETF on Polymarket that just bets no on anything happening and is outperforming most bettors based. It's like that goldfish experiment. I'm into it. What sandwich is Sandwich Ogre having tonight? He's having a slice of sharp cheddar, aged 5 years, horseradish mayo, real mustard, and Braunschweiger on rye. It's a kind of sandwich you gotta brush your teeth 2 times after eating. Rat jam. Penny Dude, thanks for the gift. I mean, Orterius, thanks for the gift that landed on Penny Dude. Eat shit, Penny Dude, for life. Thanks for the gifts of free. We're going to jump right into the action, unless you guys got something to talk about. It's bedtime stories. Anyway, thanks for the 97% level 2 hype train. A preach.
Bits.
Well, thanks for the bits. Is this enough for a level? Let's find out. The science man performed science and the experiment was a success. PYVM. Well done. Oh, I forgot. We got to name our character, and because he's the main character of some space robot anime, I had to name him the most kingly, the most interplanetary kingly name I could think of at the time, which was Magnus Lion Tower. Galactic conqueror. Benevolent leader. Actually diving right in to right after, I remember we typed in a code, the ship lost power and sectioned different parts of itself off, and we had to don a spacesuit, go outside, mag boot our way over to a console, open it up, and use the captain's special code, which was her birthday or our anniversary, one of the two, 2511, 2611. I don't know how good my TISM is working. This was February, and type in the code. What happened to the ship? I can't remember that. But those are the last, like, 3 things I remembered. Gabe Perez is just applying some flock to a mini and inhaled a lungful by accident. 0 out of 10 would not recommend. Dude, I don't know why. I've been reading a bunch of Chernobyl stuff, because my internet and YouTube search history is probably dangerous seeming if you were the FBI, but really I'm just looking things up to help me write my Palladium RIFTS game. And I've been looking up Chernobyl stuff. And so when you said you inhaled a lungful, I'm like, he's dead. He's dead of acute radiation sickness. He's got sieverts. He's got 5 sieverts. But then it was just like glue, and so you're all right. You're safe. It's this game, exactly 0.7 brain cells shared between us and girlfriend. Yeah, our girlfriend is the lieutenant commander or the lieutenant captain or the sub-captain. I don't know military ranks. I look them up when I'm going to do riffs. Bit of a ditz, but more reliable than us, although we're proving ourselves heroically by being on the outside of the ship at this moment. Is this Road Warden Space Edition? No, it's not nearly that good. However, it is channeling a certain era of both anime, and by that I mean Gundam, and time, and by that I mean PC-98 Japan era. And any faults it has, I just attribute to it capturing that time and that writing style. So, you know, hey, all right. Let's go. Riffs is nuts. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan of riffs. I might do a riffs care gen thing. Or char gen, if you will. One of these streams. If 50 million bananas will produce enough radiation to kill you, just for your information. Yeah, I mean, if you drink too much water, you die from water poisoning too, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff will kill you that sounds safe, you know? Technically, if you are taller than someone else, You have a higher likelihood of cancer just because you have more cells. You know, easy game. Anyway, Chief, if we recall Chief, I believe she's big, serious tomboy engineer lady. You got it? Lieutenant. Shall we do the lieutenant thing or we should do the lieutenant? What country is this? This is Japan. Pretty sure Japan would say it in English the American way. I think lieutenant is really just a British thing or an English thing. Anyway, thanks for the level 3 hype train. Please open your chests. Lieutenant. Split the difference. Yeah, David Tennant. Hey, I liked him in Dr. Hoomst and Jessica Jeans. Well, season 1. 2T, emphasis in the word, yeah. You got it, Lieutenant? Yeah, it was 0211. Oh, it was 0211. In my head, it was 0511, but it's been 8 months, so I guess the 2 got flipped upside down. Pardon me.
Twitch Prime.
He served on an Air Force base in Japan. Wait, David Tennant or your brother? Wait, David Tennant's brother or your brother? L-Attack, thanks for Big Prime for 20 months. Yeah, that's nearly 2 years. You're quite right. I need to increase the speed of this text next time I'm allowed to access a menu. Oh, that would be right now. Text speed, increase. Perfect. Yeah, my grandfather served on an Air Force base in Japan. Probably under different circumstances. Oh, yeah. Man has been taking his Tylenol to get that close after 8 months away from almost just text adventure game. I don't know why I remembered that part. Well, okay, we all know why. I almost remembered that part. Oh, Vanessa. I don't remember Vanessa. Is she the double sub commander, like the XO maybe, or something like that? And how did you know what the security code was? That is sensitive information. You don't want to tell Vanessa the reason you were able to guess the code. That it was yours and Cassie's anniversary, so instead you scramble for a lie. It's, the passcode for Lieutenant Commander Quinn's quarters. Ugh, can't believe it. These codes are supposed to be secure. How could she... For the time being, Lieutenant Lord. Oh, I forgot her. Vanessa Lord. I forgot about that. How about we just focus on the fact that I'm able to get into the hangar? Shifting your position away from the number pad, you squat down by the raised lever. Taken in both hands, you find it much easier to crank than the ones on the main airlock, and in no time at all, the exterior hatch of the airlock is open. As you step inside the ship, you find yourself in a chamber almost identical to the airlock you'd left earlier, with the exception that it was much smaller. Moving quickly now, you close the exterior hatch behind you and follow the inverse process you've carried out to leave the ship, pressurizing the chamber with oxygen, opening the internal hatch. In a few short minutes, we're back inside the familiar space of the ship's hangar, and you remove your helmet, happy to be breathing something other than the suit's oxygen supply. You then disengage the electromagnets before removing the suit completely and making sure to take the radio with you. Now unencumbered by its bulk, and in the low gravity of the hangar, you gently drift toward the equipment storage, the uneasy silence surrounding you. I was wondering why the music stopped. They wanted it to be like that for the atmosphere, since we're in space, lack thereof. now it comes back because we're inside the ship. Let's look. With the power off, that door's not going anywhere. It's a good thing the crew airlock can be controlled manually. GD Panda thanks for the Prime 53. Another 50-pluser. Jesus Christ. You're back on that EVE Online game. Oh no, it got him. Attempt to enjoy yourself. No, that's doing me any good right now. I'll have to look through the crates by hand, okay? The armored frames are powered by an internal generator, so they're one of the few things on the ship that still work. Not much use, though, since they'd need to tear their way out of the hangar to get anywhere. Tools, equipment, supplies. The portable sub-terminal that the chief mentioned should be in there somewhere. I guess I should get looking. Well, I just clicked look. Alright, move. Four-side thoroughfare. Can I use? Let's see. If that PST is going to be anywhere, it'll be in amongst the stowed equipment and gear, so... In the darkness, the collection of stacked or suspended crates, containers, and various pieces of heavy machinery looms intimidatingly. Looking from container to container, you realize that none of them are marked in a way that makes any sense to the uninitiated. Shaking your head, you reach for the radio to ask the chief where you'd be able to find it. Before you can call her, you hear the rustle of a jumpsuit's fabric behind you moments before a wavering voice demands. Stop right there, intruder. Identify yourself. Okay, I thought it was going to be like a commanding voice. It is not. It is an anime shaky voice. Identify yourself. You raise your hands slowly, being careful not to make any sudden movements. Dalton had done surprisingly well to get the drop on you, and if he was under the impression you were the enemy, he should be armed to confront you like this. Eddie's cadet, it's me, Lieutenant Lion Tower, Esquire. Fun fact, you could still listen to music in space. I mean, if you had iPod, like, you know, ear pods and stuff, yeah. You could hear it in your bones with the vibration and stuff, but it's just from a distance you wouldn't. I guess, oh yeah, you mentioned a powerful enough speaker. I suppose if you had some real killer. Oh, Lieutenant, I'm sorry. I thought that. Turning around slowly, hands still raised, you smile. Don't worry about it. You did good to sneak up on me like that. If I was the enemy. Pausing mid-sentence, you sigh as you realize that Dalton isn't actually holding a firearm. Cadet, where's your weapon? Sir? If I had been the enemy, what were you planning on making me do without a weapon for encouragement? You can get more with a kind word and a gun than you can with just a kind word, right? Dalton pauses briefly and you see a realization flash in his eyes. Oh, sorry, I didn't think that. Well, I thought that. Which is, okay, well, it's a good thing we don't pay the kid to think. Ease up, Dalton. When this is all sorted out, we'll go over anti-boarding procedures, okay? Yes. Thank you, sir. Although, what exactly is going on, Lieutenant? I was just finishing up something when all the power went out. I haven't been able to get in touch with anyone. Takes you a few minutes, but you quickly fill Dalton in on the details taking place on board the ship, including your current objective of obtaining the portable sub-terminal. The emergency suit radios. Why didn't I think of that? Well, the aforementioned series of events, I guess. Chief's gonna be so mad. She was teaching me suit maintenance just last week. Take it easy, cadet. No one else on the ship figured it out on their own either, so don't beat yourself up over it. Well, I guess. So don't worry about that. What we need to do now is find the PST. Do you know where it's kept? I think so. Let me look. With a kick against the container next to him, Dalton propels himself towards a set of smaller crates. Once he arrives, he watches he opens one, rummages through various bits of electronic adjacent looking hardware, which he fastidiously replaces before closing the lid, moving on to the next one. Takes the cadet checking a few different storage crates before eventually he withdraws a device the size of a briefcase. With it firmly in hand, he slowly drifts towards you, presenting it once back. Here we go, Lieutenant. This is what you're after. You got a portable sub-terminal. Hell yeah. So this is the portable sub-terminal, huh? You take the hefty device from Dalton and turn it over a few times to investigate it from different angles. The exterior is largely one off-white plastic shell with a handle attached, allowing you to carry it like a briefcase. The one visible seam that runs around the entire casing has two conspicuous clasps that you release, causing part of the device to fold out, revealing a keyboard alongside various screens, buttons, disk drives, and withdrawable cables. Alright, Cadet, can you give me the quick rundown on how to use this? It's Windows 3.1. Yes, sir, I guess the entry to the thoroughfare would be a good place to try it out. Sounds better than going for another walk outside the ship. Let's go. Sigma369 on YouTube. You've been working and unable to ask, but is this a visual novel with the vibe of early UC Gundam? Yes, it's early UC Gundam mixed with the PC-98 era of like Japanese computer visual novels. Like late 80s, early 90s kind of thing. I don't think it's a waifu game at all. No. I think it's just a story game. Unless we're going to have a big surprise about partway through. But I'm pretty sure it's not a waifu game. Although if it were a waifu game, it would also be nostalgic for the PC-98 era. Knowers know. The two of you make your way through the hangar and up the flights of stairs that lead to the four-side thoroughfare. Once at the top, you're faced with the unyielding set of double doors. Okay, sir. First, you need to take the cable from the PST, connect it to the underside of the terminal next to whichever door you want to open. After that, turn the device on. If you do that now, I'll show you the rest once it's active. Does this power it too? Maybe we didn't lose power to the ship, maybe it's just sectioned off. Following Dalton's instructions, you kneel by the terminal, withdraw the cable from the device. It's awkward in the darkness, but you eventually connect the cable to a port on the bottom of the terminal. Dude, I bet it's a serial cable. Once you've got the sub-terminal terminal connected, you can use it in the same way you would the normal terminal. Just select the right function from the menu, insert your keycard into the slot when it requests you to. Give it a try now. Alright, let's see. Using the small keyboard, you select the override open function, and then as Dalton advised, insert your keycard. As expected, although slightly slower than you'd like, the door opens, allowing access to the four-side thoroughfare. Great work, Cadet. All I need to do now is get this to the captain's quarters, then to engineering, and we'll have the gun dog back up and running in no time. You okay there, Cadet? Yeah, I just forgot that you had to go get the codes from the captain's quarters. Isn't that against the rules or insubordination or something? I thought that it was forbidden to go into the captain's quarters unless you are explicitly instructed for duty. Dalton, me and the captain have a special relationship. Ortiz, thanks for the tier 1 sub to Manzac Miniatures. Did you know the cult made a revolver specifically to maintain the J-frame era design and familiarity, but to be used in pressurized planes? Yeah, there's some crazy spy stuff from that era. Also film that can work in 0G or with different radiations from spy planes and stuff. I just like trivia, what can I say? You sigh as Dalton shakily removes the cable from the terminal underside and closes the lid on the PST. Well, technically, yes. But right now, the choice is insubordination or we all suffocate in the vacuum of space. But don't worry about it. I'm sure the captain will understand why I had to do it. Besides, I've always wanted to see what their quarters look like. So I'd say it's worth it, right? I guess. He places a hand on Dalton's shoulder and takes the terminal from him. Just like that meme, with a big smile and everything. Thanks for the across the pond. Got the sub this time, T.Y. Notorious. No ads for you. Thou shalt not allow ads to be watched. Suffer ads to be watched, truly. Anyway, you take it easy here. Try to raise the chief on the radio, see if she's got anything for you to do. I gotta get moving. With that, you give Dalton a casual salute. In return, he throws a rigid, formal salute back at you. Oh, different salute types. Smiling to yourself, you head through the newly opened double doors, but it's actually the now opened double doors, and into the thoroughfare. Warning. Warning, rat dance. Nothing I need in here. Central hub, crew quarters, fire control more. Hangar, mess hall. I can't remember. Is this the map button? Captain's quarters. That's... Okay, so I need to go to crew quarters, quarter 2. And then from there, captain's quarters. Okay. Crew quarters 2. V Lord. Something. Jesus. Captain's quarters. Oh, you know what would be really good? What would be really good here is to save. Because maybe we're supposed to go right to the captain's quarters and do the mission, or maybe we're supposed to fuck around and click and look at a whole bunch of stuff, you know? Let's see what happens if I explore a little bit, or if it'll just tell me no every time. Pause outside Cassie's room, wondering if there's any chance that she may have left a copy of the input codes there. You don't dwell on this long. Oh, it's just out of action. Okay, so it probably won't be letting me go anywhere but the captain's quarters. Standing outside the captain's quarters, you look at the heavy device in your hand. It's taken longer than you'd like to get here. Hey, I went basically right there. But at least now you can get those codes from the captain. Okay, so first I get the PST. Kneel down by the terminal, the side of the door, laying the PST on the ground, unclipping the catches. Hold the front of the unit closed. After it starts up, you swiftly draw out the cable connected to the terminal's underside. Squinting at the screen's phosphorescent glow in the low light, you scroll your way through a series of menus to select the unlock function. Once you hit enter on the command, a prompt shows up on the screen. Alright, now let's use Cassandra's keycard because it's higher quality than mine. Do we think that makes sense? Once the device reads your keycard, you hear the soft whir of the door unlock and a hiss as it slowly opens. Okay, I can leave this here for the time being. You stand up and step in front of the door, which continues its painfully slow opening. Captain, are you... Oh, she got me. As you step across the threshold into the dark of the captain's quarters, you're instantly overwhelmed by a powerful fetor. Huh? Feeder, apparently, or fader. A strong, foul smell. Well, I mean, by context clues, I figured that one out, but alright. You try to compose yourself, but the odor drifts out around you, and a particularly acrid waft stings the back of your throat as you take another breath, causing you to gag again. This Fedor guy sounds strong. Emelianenko. Pride. Odor. Yeah, we walked into the Smash Brothers players' room at the convention, yeah. You try to compose yourself, but, oh wait, I already read that. Causing you to gag again. The atmosphere on ships and even the colonies are carefully regulated and the air supply constantly scrubbed and recycled because of the strong smells or something that are almost never encountered and quickly resolved. You realize that with the ship's life support out of action, it hasn't been happening, and whatever is causing the stench in the captain's quarters has been left to putrefy the air into this awful miasma. Oh no. Is the captain dead? Not but a corpse? Floating in space, just like the start of that one Star Trek movie? After a few more retches, you steel yourself and re-enter the room. Before heading in, you bring your arm up in front of your mouth and nose to do your best to bear the stink. I mean, you do have a space helmet. You could put that on. Although you're doing your best to breathe as lightly as possible, the odor still assaults you, almost too much to bear. They're kind of laying it on thick here, but hey, alright. Captain, are you in here? Bear the stench. With no answer, you carry on deeper into the quarters. As you grow accustomed to the smell, you begin to pick up the unique odors that it's comprised of. The first scent you identify brings back memories of your early flight training. The acidic tang of vomit. And tang. The second takes you a little while longer, sour and chemical. You wonder for a moment if it's one of the substances they use to strip paintwork from ships or armored frames, but then you spy an empty bottle on the desk and realize what it is. Stale whiskey. Sick, huh? With the cause of the captain's absence now obvious, you look around the room. To the left is another closed door. To the right, you see an open doorway and what looks like the end of the bed. Stink sommelier. Captain, you call out again as you head towards it. Although your reason for being here is entirely justifiable, you still feel a bit hesitant about barging in. Nothing. Alright, Captain, I'm coming in. We need those. Having stepped through the doorway, you find yourself in a room that's much closer to a normal bedroom than the crew quarters. Rather than access panels flush with the walls for storage, the room has actual furniture. Chest of drawers sits below a large mirror, and a bedside table is right next to an unmade queen-sized bed. For a moment you think that, like Cassie is wont to do, the captain has just thrown her worn uniform onto the bed and left it all in a heap. But before you turn back, a sluggish movement as the mass of crumpled clothing turns over, revealing it to be Captain Bartholomew's herself. CJ, it's her. And she clearly has her life together. Just how you like it. Captain. You throw a salute and hold it for a moment before you realize that the captain is completely oblivious to your presence. Tentatively making your way towards the captain's bedside, you register what the smell of stale whiskey is strongest in her immediate vicinity. As you look around, you notice another bottle lies mostly empty with a small pool of amber liquid left in one of its corners. The bottle on her desk is bigger than a 90s imagined sci-fi computer. I'm assuming the computer is the whole desk, but also that's a gallon. Like that's an absolute jug of space whiskey. You run your hands back through your hair and sigh loudly. Regardless of all this, you remind yourself you're here to get the emergency input codes. Captain. Captain Bartermuse. Place your palm on the captain's upper arm and rock her gently. Oh no, she's fighting the dragon. Captain, come on, you need to wake up. We need your emergency input code. Captain, wake up. You step back and pinch the bridge of your nose with your thumb and forefinger. Despite everything, it doesn't seem the captain will be waking up from this stupor anytime soon. Oh, you could wake her up if you really wanted to. After everything. You feel like we spent a lot of text on the smell for Drunk on Whiskey, Alive Captain. It really, it prepared me for her being dead as of like 2 days ago, and just decaying in this room. Narratively, could we assume that this guy doesn't know anything about drinking really, and so he's overreacting to the smell of it? I'm not sure. I don't know. They laid it on a bit thick. If I can't get the codes from the captain directly, maybe she keeps a copy of them around here or something. Just wake her up, dude. Worth a shot. Alright. Big save. Look. Let's look at this. An empty bottle of whiskey aside from a few leftover drops. Europa Colony Special Blend. Yeah, special size, too. A pretty nice desk. Must be where the captain does all her work when she's not on the bridge. That's the case, then. As I thought, it's got a few drawers at the back next to where she'd sit. If the codes are anywhere, they would be in there. A painting of the first colony fleet that entered Jupiter's orbit. Oh yeah, they're around Europa, aren't they? If I remember my civics lessons, they were funded by a wealthy Terran industrialist who had them built to serve as habitats for a workforce that would harvest resources from Jupiter and her moons for his company's sake. After a few decades, the population had enough of existing with no autonomy and living on company scrip, so they took control of the fleet and petitioned to join the Solar Federation. We all know how that ended. Actually, I don't. I can't remember. But I remember that one number. Actual bedroom. It's an actual bathroom. But now I know where the smell of vomit is coming from. I don't know what I was expecting to find there. It's actually pretty nice. Yeah, I read that already. Okay, use desk. I know I've seen Cassie hand the captain printed reports and status updates. Maybe she's got a copy of those codes in here. Try to open the top drawer, but the small amount of initial give stops almost immediately as you hear a clunk. Try a few more times and spot a keyhole left of the drawer. Checking the second, third drawers gives you the same result. I have to find the key. In your horrible future war game, Earth is known as Earth, the Holy Homeworld. That's some Age of Sigmar ass naming scheme you got there. You were uncomfortable enough making your way in here in the first place, but now that you're about to rummage your way through the captain's personal effects, you feel even worse. I'm looking for the key, dude. Get it over with. During a quick scan of the room in the hopes that the captain may have left the key on top of the chest of drawers or her bedside table or the pocket of her suit pants, you tentatively step back inside, nervously looking back at the captain's comatose form every few moments. Sorry about this, Captain. Standing by the chest of drawers, you lay your hand on the top and drum your fingers before nervously pulling the top one open. Seeing only folded clothing inside, you close it quickly, going on to repeat the process for the next 2 drawers, finding nothing. Stepping back, you take another look around. The only immediate obvious place left to check is the drawer in the bedside table right next to the captain. Moving over to it, you squat down beside the unit, acutely aware the captain's sleeping right next to you. In the low light, it's next to impossible for you to make out the contents of the drawer, so you have to settle for reaching inside, feeling your way through. Running your fingers over the various contents, you try to figure out what's in there. A thin plastic surface with regular bumps, which feels like it has a foil underside. Huh? A small glass bottle with a series of raised dots just under the label, various individual papers. You grab a hold of what feels like a key card clipped onto a lanyard. Pull it out of the drawer. The metallic jangling sound that comes with it is quickly revealed to be a key ring featuring various different keys. One of these has got to be the key for those. So that woke her up. Bro, you could have just woken her up. Do we have stats? No, I don't believe we have stats. We don't have statistics. Well, now she's awake. Lieutenant, you freeze in place with your hand half out of the drawer holding onto the captain's identity card and keys. You hadn't seen her stir, but in the blink of an eye, Captain Bartermuse had managed to reach out and grab a hold of your wrist. I'm just following orders. The worst thing you could say. That's a... I'm gonna avoid that answer. How long stream planning to go tonight? I don't know. A few hours, maybe. I'm gonna explain myself. Good soldiers follow orders. Well, we already established I'm not a good soldier. Explain yourself. Captain's grip on your wrist isn't particularly strong, but the shock has rendered you perfectly still. You slowly turn your head to face her and see her lazily gazing at you through the darkness. Lieutenant, hold on to your breath for a moment, then exhale slowly, calming yourself. What are you... Composing yourself, you speak calmly and quietly. Good, let's get this. I'm sorry, Captain. It's an emergency, and I've come to get your input codes. Emergency? She's unaware of the emergent... Oh my god. All the ship's systems have gone offline. Commander Quinn has collapsed. I've been working with Chief Cathays and Lieutenant Lord to get your codes so that we can get the ship back online. Captain blinks groggily a few times and releases your wrist, drawing her hand back to rub her eyes. As she does, you slowly take the keys from the bedside drawer and stand. That's why I'm here. I thought the codes might be in your desk drawer, but I needed the key. Although you're doing your best to maintain your tone and demeanor, on the inside, your heart is racing as you consider the possibility of being given a court-martial here and now. Sounds important. Well, yes, ma'am. I'd say we all consider it pretty crucial right now. Captain continues to gaze at you as you stand to attention in the darkness. After a moment in which you think she may have fallen back to sleep, she rolls onto her back and brings her hand to her forehead. The printout with the latest access codes is in the second drawer. You breathe a sigh of relief as the captain rolls the face away from you. Just don't read the report. Oh, decision point soon? Ma'am? You wait for a few moments, but eventually a gentle snore emerges from the crumpled heap that is Captain Bartermuse, and you relax. We are reading that report. I might have to reload or something, but we are reading the report. Second drawer, thanks, Captain. You got the captain's key ring. Huge. Absolutely huge. Alright, let's see which one. Spend a few moments working our way through the selection of keys that hang from the ring at the end of the captain's lanyard. You're able to discount a few based on their unusual shapes, but find the right one is still a tricky task in the dark. Eventually you find one that slides easily into the lock and turns the mechanism, which lets out a surprisingly hefty clunk. Philomena type. The captain said the codes were in the second drawer, so you open that drawer first and purposefully leaf through the collections of papers, reports, and files that it contains. Crew manifest, security updates, aha. See the telltale tractor feed edges of the printer paper. Oh my god, the tractor feed edges of the printer paper, they're going deep into the 80s for this one, boys. That you can rip off because they're a little perforated. Oh my god. We gotta bring it back. You've seen Cassie produce updates and reports for the captain on sticking out from underneath a manila folder. As you lift the paper out of the drawer, the folder on top begins to spill its contents. You quickly grab it to stop everything from falling out, and as you do, you can't help but read its title. I thought they were going to give me the option to choose whether I read it, but I mean, we're reading it. JCF Naval Investigatory Commission Findings. Incident 00784 2109 02009. Subject Rear Admiral M. Bartermuse. Rear Admiral? I thought she was a captain. With what you believe to be the printout that would contain the codes in one hand in this report, in the other you look back towards the captain's bedroom as you remember her instructions. Just don't read the report. You hesitate for a moment, rereading the title. Rear Admiral. Stop thief, put it back. Or report reader. You know we're reading the report. Learning the truth. Read the captain's report. Achievement unlocked. Uh-oh. You stare at the cover of the report for a few moments before looking back to the printout, then to the captain's bedroom. Placing the printout back in the drawer, you open the folder and begin to leaf your way through its contents. You skim the first few pages, which outline the investigation's intention to assess the actions taken by Rear Admiral M. Bartermuse in the battle in lunar orbit. Following on from that are a series of diagrams and charts that you recognize to be ship movements sorted by time, followed by annotated or captioned stills taken from ship or armored frame-based recording devices. As you work your way through them, you see what they're being used to illustrate. A squadron of JCF ships pull away from the main fleet and is eventually intercepted and then decimated by the enemy. The final photographs show the few remaining ships returning to the fleet in a state of disarray, with all of them suffering extensive damage. As you move past the pictures and diagrams, you flick through pages that outline a breakdown of the losses, ships, armored frames, pages and pages of crew member names. Eventually, you get to the last few pages of the report where you skim through the conclusion. This inquiry finds that by leaving the defensive position for an unsanctioned offensive, thereby opening a point of access through the E-field, Rear Admiral Mary's Bartermuse. Significant loss to armored frame groups. Wait, E-field? Flashback. Cal-like 6. This is Cal-like 6. They've cut off the flight path. There's more. There's a whole squadron of carriers coming in from E-Field. They're going to cut you off from the fleet. How many carriers are coming in from E-Field? You stop and lay the report on the captain's desk, staring at it, rereading the conclusion again and again. Adversely impacted flights included Thebe flight, Carmi flight, Carbo flight, Cal-like flight. Your flight. You close the report and place it back into the drawer. Almost mechanically, you reach for the printout you'd been handling a few moments before and methodically scan through it until you see what you're after. Classified core system access codes. Generation date 24/02/14. For captain and second only. You slowly rip the relevant page from the rest of the document at its perforated edges and fold it up and slide it into your pocket. After this, you methodically place the rest of the paper back into the drawer, which you slide closed. You got the access codes. With the codes in your possession, you calmly make your way back towards the corridor outside the captain's quarters where you've left the PST. Or shall we say, where you've left the PTSD. As you approach the doorway, you absentmindedly take hold of the radio and push down the transmission button. Okay, Chief. Lieutenant Lord, I've got the codes. You release the push-to-talk button and wait. You give it a moment, but instead of more instructions from the Chief or some kind of backhanded congratulation from Lieutenant Lord, all you hear is a powerful hiss of static. Chief? Try again. Lieutenant Lord. Still nothing. Anyone, come in. You give the radio a shake and spend a few moments adjusting the frequency dials, but you still don't hear anything from anyone, just the hiss of static. For a moment you feel like throwing the radio down the corridor, but instead you slump against the nearest wall. Hold your head in one hand, slouching against the wall in the low light for a moment longer. You sigh loudly before turning and kneeling down by the PST, which you begin to pack up. Got the codes, you just can't get them to the Chief over the radio. The next best thing you decide is to get them to her in person. Flip the latches on the PST and pick it up as you stand, turning to make your way through the dankness towards the four-side thoroughfare. Big saver, but we don't want to save over that one just in case it fucks with us later. We'll go in a washing machine motion here. Thoroughfare. So where's the Chief? Bridge, probably. Either bridge, engineering, or engine room. I can't remember where Chief is. I think Chief would be probably in engineering or engine room, right? Probably there, which means we have to go central hub, aft thoroughfare. Central hub, aft thoroughfare, engineering. Outside of the huge blast door that separates the aft thoroughfare from the engineering department, you begin the increasingly familiar process of unpacking the PST. Alright, set up the PST. And then unlike the other doors, the PST's battery power had been used to open. The blast door is inches thick and comprised almost entirely of solid steel. You watch tentatively as low grinding and sound emanates from the ceiling for about 10 seconds before the door even begins to move. Like the others, the opening process is agonizingly slow. In the dankness of the thoroughfare, time seems to lose all meaning as you watch the door almost imperceptibly work its way upwards. After a few minutes, the barely noticeable progress comes to a halt, and the low grinding sound stops, with the blast door giving you just over a foot of clearance between it and the floor. You know, I did wonder before how it was opening this stuff with the power off, but they mentioned the battery. No plot holes here. Turning your attention back towards the PST, you see a graphic of an empty battery with a cross through it blinking on the screen. Oh no. There he is. The serious crawler. Knowing that the blast door is being kept open by the device's dwindling battery power, you drop to the floor and, grabbing the PST, begin to crawl forward into engineering. There's just enough clearance for you to worm your way underneath, but the smooth panel floor turning to grating makes it an uncomfortable experience. You have died bad and cut in twain. By the time you make it halfway through with your feet still sticking out of the aft thoroughfare, the grinding noise that had stopped at the door starts back up again. You shove the PST ahead of you through the small gap, being mindful not to yank the cable plugged into the underside of the terminal. Ignoring the grating now, you quickly skirm the rest of the way until you're clear of the door. Pull the plug. That was way too close. You stand up, then quickly pick up the PST, which still has the low battery warning blinking on its screen. Chief, your call is met with the oppressive silence that somehow seems worse in the vast space of the engineering department. Chief, it's me, Lieutenant Liontower. I got the PST, Chief. Making your way past various systems, terminals, stations, and machinery, you continue to call out to the Chief, but there's no response. Where the hell could she be? As you continue your way deeper into engineering, you grab the radio. Chief. Just like the last time you tried, no one answers and all you hear is static. You dart down different catwalks trying to find the Chief, your mind racing as to where she could be. With a low battery warning illuminating your face in increasingly small intervals with its constant flashing, you stop. Looking down at the PST screen, you make a decision. Well, I've done everything else myself. Turning back to the main section of engineering, you make a beeline over to the room that holds the central computer. The footsteps on the grating echoing through the silence. I may as well finish things. As you begin to run, the PST starts to beep as the battery symbol flashes even more rapidly. If you're running out of battery, then don't use what you got left flashing and beeping. True. Running at full pelt now towards the central computer, you reach it just as the PST's whole screen begins to blink, cycling between showing the warning and nothing at all. Once you arrive at the doorway that leads to the central computer, you know what you've got to do. What do we got to do? Where was the last save here? So we go down here now. Wasting no time, you withdraw the cable and hurriedly plug it into the terminal with one hand while scrolling through options with the other. Hang in there. And now, there. As soon as the door begins to open, you jump to it and start pushing on it in order to force it open. Once you made the gap large enough, you slip through the exact same moment as you hear the PST power down and the door slices back shut. It takes a moment, but your eyes adjust to the darkness of the room. Looking around, you see that it is a little bigger than a cleaning cupboard or a crew member's shower cubicle. Masses of thick cabling run from the ceiling and floor along the walls towards the end of the room opposite the doorway. On the far side is a huge screen with a keyboard positioned below it at about waist height. Look at the ball mouse. Let's go. Stepping towards the interface, you run your hand over the keys. The computer shows no signs of life even after you begin to push random buttons. Simply mashing the keyboard doesn't produce any response, so instead you begin to feel your way over its casing in the darkness, trying to find what might be a power button. Eventually you find a rocker switch set into the side of the device. You flick it to the alternate position once, but nothing happens. With no other options, you flick it back in the position it was in. This time, the screen illuminates and you hear electronics come to life. Damn, those are the noises? As a hard drive somewhere beyond the screen begins to whir loudly, the screen transitions from its boot screen to a password input screen. Yo, General Electric, they're still around. After everything you've been through, you're now one input away from getting the ship back online. Hey, alright. And enter. With a final flourish, you strike the return key. Oh shit. An immense feeling of satisfaction fills you as you watch the computer work its way through the startup process. Names of systems show up and are followed by their status changing from offline to active. A faint draft runs down your neck, which you take to mean life support and ventilation is back online. Alright, hold on, Cassie. Hold up. You're hit with a gut punch of panic as the visuals on the screen begin to warp. Fragments of text scatter on lines of code, split and distort, whilst a strange noise squeals from the machinery. Don't do this. Unsure what's going on, but beginning to think that it is your fault, you look over the keyboard again, repeatedly striking any key that seems like it may stop this process. You stupid bitch. Why would you just start pressing shit? Anyway, chill out. And escape, pause. Stop just pressing stuff. The music reminds you of Pokemon in the best way. Nice. Oh, you needed to just press a whole bunch of buttons so that it would bring up people's files so that you could find some other information. Okay, so it's a plot device. All right. Highly capable but erratic. True. As suddenly as it started, the computer's erratic activity ceases. With the only document left on screen, Cassie's personnel file. Blood type O negative. Rare. Cassie's file. Why? You pause, unsure whether you should do anything or leave it as it is. You can tell from the ambient noise that has returned that the ship is back online, but why would the computer freak out like this? Why would it pull up Cassie's file? Well, we snooped on the captain's shit. I guess we're snooping here too. Any snoopers? No. Doing your best to understand what you just saw, you tentatively reach a hand out towards the keyboard. You're still unsure of what you could do to find out what just happened, but can't help but feel like whatever it was wasn't right. Lion Tower, I need you up on the bridge right now. You You withdraw your hand, instead grabbing the radio to answer Lieutenant Larad. Oh, you missed the start of the stream? This is stream number 2 of Stories from Soul Gundog. And the first stream was February of this year. And now the second stream for Gundog is, what year is it? October? Anyway, long story short, you missed a lot, but it's fine. You'll pick up easy. It's nostalgia. Alright, I'm on my way back now. How's Lieutenant Quinn doing? There's no time for her. Get up here now. You curse under your breath as you turn to leave the room. You've learned now that if Lieutenant Lord doesn't intend to be helpful, she won't be. Rather than attempt to argue, you make your way through the ship back towards the bridge. Cutscene. As the elevator doors hiss open, you step onto the bridge. You see Lieutenant Lord frenzied, flicking switches and turning dials on an instrument panel, stopping every so often to type commands into her station. Cassie, meanwhile, remains unconscious on the bridge floor. I'm here, Lieutenant. What else is wrong now? You hurry over to Cassie and kneel down, sliding your hands under her back and legs in preparation to pick her up and take her to the newly accessible sickbay. Well, I don't know if you'd want to if she's got a back injury or something, but I suppose who knows. It's the O'Brien. With a single movement, you stand and bring Cassandra up from the floor. What about it? It's gone. Oh. Despite the successful reactivation of the JFS Gundog central computer by Lieutenant Liontower, the JFS O'Brien could not be contacted and was no longer coming up on sensors. After taking Lieutenant Commander Quinn to the sickbay, Lieutenant Liontower, alongside Cadet Grange, are tasked with sweeping the ship for faults or damage, whilst Lieutenant Lord sets Chief Cathays to work helping her locate the other ship. JFS O'Brien is eventually located just as Captain Barter Muse calls on an emergency meeting. Outer Jovian space, the bridge of the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. Isn't this an 18+ stream? 18+ stream, 18+ game, 18+ Discord, 18+ streamer. As you, the Chief, and Lieutenant Lord stand to attention. Waiting for the captain to begin the meeting, the sound of an approaching elevator is the only noise that can be heard in the tense silence of the bridge. Ensign Hanson Crewiz entering the bridge and reporting as ordered. Hanson states, performing a lazy salute as he steps out of the elevator onto the bridge. He shifts slightly as you watch him enter. You knew you were waiting for someone, but why Hanson? He pauses for a moment and you see him take stock of everyone present. Your shoulders tense up and you inadvertently clench your jaw as he heads straight towards you. At the last moment, he steps to your side, takes a place in the lineup, next to you without so much as a sideways glance. You remain on edge, but your attention is quickly taken by the captain as she finishes reviewing the readouts from the control panel on her chair and stands up. At ease. The four of you relax slightly, although, with the exception of Hanson, you all maintain a formal stance. Now that we're all assembled, we can begin. First of all, well done to all of you for your actions whilst I was indisposed. Oh. Is that heterochromia, or is that just the color of her hair? I think that's the cover of her hair. Anyway. Yeah, you remember this game now. You are the sauce, yeah. For a brief moment, the captain's eyes meet yours and you do your best not to react. Aside from the doctor, You were confident that you were the only person on board who knew the nature of the captain's indisposition. Oh, there we go. Yeah, half blue. Despite your best efforts, you scowl slightly. You hadn't had much time to think about anything beyond the situation at hand, but the information in the report you'd read had begun to creep into your thoughts. You knew that wasn't the time, or you knew that now wasn't the time to bring it up, but eventually you'd need to deal with this information one way or another. No, that information is never to be brought up. But he's gonna. Anyway. Closing your eyes and exhaling as you try to return your face to its neutral countenance, and hope that the captain didn't notice that flicker of emotion. As you push your thoughts regarding the report to one side, you instead find yourself wondering if the captain is currently in a fit state to be organizing a mission. Your cooperation, ingenuity, and composure under pressure have been noted, and I will be recommending formal awards be applied to your records. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice Vanessa nod in agreement, but the rest of you remain still. Now on to the matter at hand. As of 11:47 Jovian Standard Time, a signal of unknown origin was received which shut down not just the Gundog central computer, but also all of its emergency backup systems as well. With Commander Quinn unexpectedly taken ill, Lieutenant Lord took command and Lieutenant Linetower was able to carry out her plan to access the hangar via the external airlock. He'd been too busy carrying out an assessment of the ship's systems alongside Dalton to submit an incident report, and he knew that the chief had been tasked by Vanessa with locating the unresponsive O'Brien. You bite your tongue and glance back to Vanessa, who nods again, the corners of her mouth curling upwards. The captain was clearly working from a biased interpretation of events. From there, Lieutenant Linetower was able to obtain a portable sub-terminal and the codes for the reactivation of the central computer, a process he carried out successfully at 1327. Although the Gundog is now operational, we have not been able to make contact with the O'Brien. We can only assume that whatever interfered with the Gundog systems had the same impact on the O'Brien. Unfortunately, it would appear the crew have not been able to reactivate its systems, as we have received no communications from them whatsoever. Chief Cathays, do we have an update on the O'Brien? The group turns to look at the chief as she steps forward, and you realize that this is the first time you've seen her outside of engineering or the hangar. Although she stands as tall as ever, there's something about her presence that feels diminished. Big lady. She's the big engineer lady. She runs the engine rooms. Yes, ma'am. We've not had any response from the O'Brien's transponder, and the normal sensors haven't been able to pick up any of the usual activity from a ship. However, You hear Vanessa tut, and the chief pauses briefly before continuing. Remind me to do shoulders this week? Hey, get your shrugs in, okay? That is, Lieutenant Lord and I realized that by using the infrared targeting sensors and fire control, we could pick up the O'Brien itself as if it were debris. We've located it at 43 degrees off the starboard bow at a distance of roughly 300 kilometers. Resolution gets a bit scrappy at that range, but we're not seeing any external signs of activity. I see. Lieutenant Lord, how long until we can dock with them to provide assistance? I think the chief is best equipped to handle that question, man. The chief pauses for a moment. You know the answer to this question, but so should the chief and Vanessa. As the silence drags on, you begin to wonder why neither of them are forthcoming. Chief Cathays. Pause only becomes more loaded as the seconds pass. Whilst you have no idea what's happening here, you can feel the tension between the chief and Vanessa build. It's a simple question, Norm. Or stay out of it. Big save. Alright, where did we save last? Here. I mean, we probably can't dock with them if they don't have power, right? Like, is that the answer? Or shall I stay out of it? I want to see what happens, honestly, with both of the answers. Although you can tell something is going on between the two of them, you know that the crew of the O'Brien must be in a similar situation to the one you just faced, and without immediate assistance, they were at risk of running out of breathable air very soon. You'd put up with enough from Vanessa for today and weren't about to let her petty power plays get in the way of helping your comrades. We can't. It's the engines, man. They're still offline. What's that, Lieutenant? Whilst Cadet Grange and I were assessing the ship for faults and security issues, we found that the engines had failed to restart. Diagnostics show the forced shutdown put the nuclear pulse engines offline. They need to be manually reactivated. The captain lets out an exasperated sigh as she hears this information, making no effort to conceal her frustration. And how long until they can be back online? You prepare to answer with what Dalton had told you, but you're cut off by the chief. We're looking at 6 hours, ma'am. We've been preoccupied with finding the O'Brien, so I haven't had the opportunity to begin the startup process to get them running again. The captain follows this information with another sigh. You'd always thought of her as distant or disinterested, but considering her current state, you had to wonder how much of that was her simply working her way through a hangover. The seeds of doubt have been planted in main character Senpai's brain. I see. The captain stands silent for a moment, keeping her eyes closed and pinching the bridge of her nose with her thumb and forefinger. Suddenly her eyes open and she stands completely upright, assuming a posture you're surprised to see from her, that managed to communicate an air of not just authority but capability. We'll be carrying out a mission as follows. The four of you snap back to reality. Even Hansen seems to take this announcement seriously. As we're not able to reach the O'Brien with the gun dog to provide support, we'll be doing the next best thing. Ensign Crewiz and Lieutenant Liontower will head over in an armored frame to provide assistance. Hell yeah, time to be the hero again. This is a great plan. Good work, ma'am. You clench your teeth and your body goes rigid. Yeah, I know. I'm excited too. Not only would this be your second trip into space in the span of a few hours, but you'd be doing it with Hansen for company. Oh, you don't like Hansen, huh? Dude, you get to be in a giant robot. Fuck off. Your eyes dart across to Hansen, whose attention remains on the captain. You can't be sure, but you swear you see a flicker of a smile on his face. What do you mean you can't be sure? Look at this son of a bitch. Look at that smile. Can't be sure. Oh, I'm sure. Maverick over here can't wait to get in the robot. But he's right. Pop those collars, dude. I want to get in the robot too. We'll be working on the assumption that the same issues affecting the gun dog are affecting the O'Brien, so Lieutenant Liontower will take a portable sub-terminal, locate the captain or second in command, and then utilize their access codes to assist their chief engineer in reactivating the ship. Yeah, and this time let's bring another battery or two, huh? For that PST. If there are complications, or we're too late, then our second priority will be to obtain the O'Brien's black box. At the very least, we can hopefully gather some information on what's out there that could immediately disable 2 Swift-class ships. Lieutenant Liontower, Ensign Crewiz, do you both understand? The pair of you salute and in unison respond. Yes, Captain. Chief Cathays, I want you to provide a fully charged portable sub-terminal and guidance on removing a Swift-class's black box. After that, prepare Gun Dog 1 for launch, and then I want those engines back online, understood? Yes, Captain. Lieutenant Lord, you'll be overseeing this mission, understood? Yes, Captain. Very good. It's 1603. The mission commences at 1630. dismissed. With the final instruction out of the way, you all salute the captain and then turn to leave. The chief is the first of you to reach the elevators, and she steps into one without waiting for anyone else, pressing the button for a destination and disappearing behind its two doors as they hiss shut. Without paying you any attention, Vanessa and Hansen both step onto the remaining elevator, with Vanessa hitting a button as soon as the pair have boarded. As the doors close, you see her turn to Hansen, cross her arms, and begin to speak, but her words are cut off before you can hear them. You remain on the silent bridge with the captain, whomst you hear return to her chair. Whilst you wait for an elevator return, you go over what you might need to do in your head. It will be the chief's responsibility to get you a charged portable sub-terminal, and Hansen and Dalton will be responsible for pre-flight checks. Aside from getting a spacesuit from the hangar, you realize you don't really have anything you need to do before the mission starts. Really? Nothing you need to do? With less than half an hour to go before you'll be taking off, you don't have much time to do anything either. You might have the opportunity to visit a few other crew members to check in on them, you think, but it might be a push to visit everyone. Okay, game is telling me now that we can explore and talk. Eventually, the elevator the chief left in returns and the door hisses open. Commence operation, talk to literally everyone. As the elevator doors open, you're immediately confronted by Vanessa standing in front of you, her arms crossed and her foot tapping impatiently. Well, it took you long enough, Lieutenant Liontower. You sidestep her and make your way to the central hub. As you do, she turns to follow you. My apologies, Lieutenant. I didn't realize I was needed so urgently. Well, I wouldn't go that far, Liontower. Your frustration with Vanessa had cooled over the past few hours, as you'd spent time with Dalton and had been carrying out duties that kept you well away from her. Put back in her presence and remembered how tense things had got between you on the bridge and over the radio. Lieutenant Lord, I've got a mission to be preparing for. Is there anything I can help you with right now, or can I get going? It's nothing much, Lieutenant. I just wanted to say that you did a good job on getting the gun dog operational again. Something about Vanessa's manner makes you instantly uneasy. Considering how she'd behaved recently, praise was the last thing you'd expect. Is that right? Oh, is that right? Thanks. I did what I had to do. As for that, you've received a much-deserved commendation on your record. You roll your eyes and begin to walk away again, unwilling to deal with whatever mind games Vanessa was attempting to play. Wait a moment, Lieutenant Liontower. All I wanted to do was congratulate you. You deserve it as a member of the crew who's gone above and beyond. Okay, so she's just a girl where everything she says sounds sarcastic? Perhaps? Or she really is fucking with me. What's this about, Lieutenant? You ask, your patience running thin. Straight to the task at hand, that's what I like about you, Lieutenant. Now, a proficient, able crew member like yourself. You know what it means to do your duty, but you've seen how the captain and her second carry out their affairs on this ship. What are you getting at? All I want to know, Lieutenant, is whether you think that crew members like yourself, Chief Engineer Cathays, Cadet Grange, and the rest deserve a competent commander. Leave. Good day, ma'am. Your recent discovery about the captain comes back in the front of your mind, but instead of answering, you make a move to walk past Vanessa, fully intending to not get involved in whatever she's planning. Lieutenant Lord, I really don't have time for this. Based on your recent conduct, Lieutenant, you seem pretty reliable, so I wanted to let you know ahead of time. I'll be keeping a close eye on this mission to see who's capable and who isn't. It's important to know who you can trust to do what needs to be done, after all. Anyway, nice to talk with you, Lieutenant. Good luck on the upcoming mission. So it's mutiny, is it? No, sir. With that, Vanessa turns on her heel and heads down the four-side thoroughfare, leaving you alone in the central hub. Oh, Lieutenant, do your best. I'll be watching. Whack. Oh, Harv's here. At the table facing away from you is Harv. You watch them as they idly swirl the contents of their cup before taking a sip. If they noticed you, they aren't letting on. But from the looks of it, they seem deep in thought. You don't particularly have anything you want to ask them, but then again, you decide it may be good to check in before you head out. Talk to Harv, or maybe Haru. Ensign Romney. Oh, Lion Tower, what's going on? Is this supposed to be Haru or Harv? The font makes it... Actually, hold on. I'm going to solve this once and for all. I could do a modern font, right? Yeah, there we go. We'll do this one real quick. Yep, there's a tiny line, as you can see. It's Haru. It is not Harv. Alright, I just wanted to make sure by changing that. Okay. What's going on? What's a hero like you doing stopping by the mess hall? Hanson told me he was taking you for a ride over to the O'Brien. Pics for the trip? I was just checking up on some of the crew before I left, making sure everyone's doing okay. Wow, what a professional. I'm doing alright. I was sleeping in my quarters when the power went out. Didn't even notice until Hanson started banging on my door. It's good. Glad you're doing okay. Yeah. Lion Tower. Yes, Ensign. Thanks for helping Hanson out. Oh, well, you know, it's my duty, right? Yeah, I guess it is. Still, he's my flight partner. So if you did him a solid, you did me a solid. Keep it up. Maybe you aren't the coward we think you are. Lighten up, Lieutenant. Jeez. Alright, Ensign, you're okay, then I'll leave you to it. Bro, you gotta chill out. If you need any help with that, you can stop by my quarters at any time. What did they mean? What did they mean by this? What did he mean by this? Hangar, fire control, airlock, sick bay. It's chicken on Cassie. Elevator doors slide open. You raise your hand to shield your eyes from the aggressive glare of the sick bay's powerful lighting. As you've come to expect, the strong scent of clinical disinfectant pervades the room. As harsh as it is, it's infinitely preferable to the powerful odor of the captain's quarters. Again with the captain's quarters thing. Jesus. Scanning the room, you see that everything seems in order. The doctor sits at his desk, absorbed in his data pad. All the medical supplies are carefully arranged in their cabinets, and the surgery wing continues to look immaculate. It looks like an anime alien over here. The only thing out of place is... Oh, she's up. Okay, I thought she was in a coma or something. There he is, Magnus. Cassandra, who had been idly laying back on one of the beds playing with her hair, had seen you the moment you'd stepped into the room and swung her legs around to the side of the bed, launching herself off it and towards you. I heard all about how you'd... Whoa, Cassie, careful. You dart forward just in time to grab her before the stumble she'd taken turns into a fall. Alright, let's get you back to the bed. Oh, thanks, Magnus. Oh, hang on. Okay. I think I could have made that journey on my own, you know. Well, better safe than sorry, right? Still looking after me after everything we've done already. My hero. Your cheeks go flush and you look away for a moment. The captain's acknowledgement of your actions have been so perfunctory that it had barely registered, but Cassie's wholehearted praise has you suddenly feeling sheepish. No, it wasn't a big deal. It was just what I had to do. I'm pretty sure anyone else would have done the same thing if they were in my position. Don't sell yourself short, Magnus. It is a big deal. Saving an entire crew from a complete system failure with no chain of command isn't exactly something that we get trained for. Plus, I didn't hear about anyone else going on a spacewalk. If doing all that doesn't make you a hero, I don't know what does. Smile and look back at Cassie. As self-conscious as you feel being called a hero, her assessment of events isn't exactly wrong. Thanks, Cassie. Pretty sure I should still be thanking you, Magnus. I don't think Vanessa could have carried me down here like you did. You bite your tongue at Cassie's mention of Vanessa. You had a strong feeling that Vanessa wouldn't have even tried. You push the thought from your mind. You don't have much time with Cassie before your mission is due to begin, and the last thing you want to do is be thinking about Vanessa. Don't worry about it. How are you doing anyway? Oh, me? I'm doing great. Aren't I, Doc? Although he doesn't look up from his datapad, you see a flicker of recognition on the doctor's face. No, Miss Quinn, you are not doing great. Oh, shit. I guess she's not doing great, actually. Hold on. You had a sudden and intense migraine followed by an unexplained extended loss of consciousness, which in turn has been followed by a persistent and ongoing headache. I would not look to describe your condition as great. Cassie, why did you tell me you were still feeling bad? Or why didn't you? Oh, come on. What are you, my doctor? No, Miss Quinn, he is not your doctor. I like this guy. He's very literal. It's an expression, Doc. So I've got a bit of a headache right now. I bet it's nothing. It's probably because I pulled a double shift to cover the captain without eating anything but a bag of chips and 3 chocolate bars. Oh, blood sugar, huh? Miss Quinn, you'd advised me you'd been sticking rigorously to the Nutri-Shake schedule I'd laid out for you. Okay, everyone, jeez. I know, but here I am, hydrated and full of electrolytes on doctor's orders. I'm gonna be fine. So anyway, how are you doing, Magnus? Are you able to finish your shift now that the gun dog's back up and running and you've made sure everything's okay? Well, actually, we've not been able to make contact with the O'Brien, so I've been ordered to head over there in an armored frame. Oh no, honey, that seems really... with Hanson. Oh, honey. I'm sorry, is this guy that much of an asshole? How are you feeling about it? We go power stoic, right? It's fine. I mean, you mull over the prospect. Traveling in a cramped cockpit with Hanson would have never been your first choice to get to the O'Brien, but then again, it wasn't like there'd be room for you two to come to blows in there. At the most, there'd probably be some uncomfortable conversation. Anything he'd try would probably happen once you got back to the gun dog. It'd probably be fine. I noticed there's one thing he takes seriously, it's his pilot. I don't think he'd start a fight whilst we're sharing the same cockpit or anything. There you go, won't be too bad then. Besides, once you're on the O'Brien, you can just get to work helping the other crew and ignore him. Well, that's the other thing. It looks like whatever happened to the Gundog has happened to the O'Brien. Since we've not been able to identify any activity coming from them, there's a good chance that their crew hasn't made it. Yeah. Hey, come on. They may not have got their ship back up and running, but maybe they got their own savvy chief engineer who has figured out a solution that keeps them all safe too. And on top of that, if they're really lucky, they got their own heroic security officer saving the entire crew right now. Are we being sent out to die? Is this our steak and lobster moment? No, we're not, because Hansen is going out too. And Vanessa thinks Hansen is reliable. And now she thinks I'm reliable, because I am reliable. And this mutiny that she seems to be planning, that I'm going to oppose, by the way, even though our captain is a drunk, Vanessa's actually worse. And I don't think she would get rid of 2 of her assets at the same time. Yeah, you're right. I'm sure it'll be fine. You do your best to match Cassie's enthusiasm, but you hadn't forgotten the chill in the air of the Gundog just before you'd got it back online. One of the first signs that a ship wouldn't be able to sustain its crew for much longer. That had been over 3 hours ago. Hey Magnus, whatever happens, it'll be alright. Unless it's not alright. The thing that happens. You've already done incredible things today, way more than anyone could have ever expected. Are you? That's a little backhanded, but okay. You're gonna be alright. Thanks, Cassie. Besides, you said you'd book us tickets for that new water park in the Europa cluster. Now, don't talk about laying this on thick. I got 2 weeks until retirement. I'm getting my gold watch. I just married my wife. The things a cop says before he gets shot. I'm not gonna let anything happen that'll stop us from going. Now get out there and nail this mission, Lieutenant Lion Tower. Yes, ma'am. I don't think I have anything really to ask him. Yeah, clearly I don't. Okay. Already been to the bridge. Fire control has no people. Hangar's where I go last. Let's do armory. Alright, nobody's here. Let's do engineering. As you make your way into the engineering section, you relish the various sounds coming from the now functioning machinery. The thrum of moving parts, the buzz of electrical systems, the repetitive pulse of various coolant systems. With your newfound appreciation for the activity taking place all around you, wonder if this is how the Chief feels on that subject. Hey Chief, are you around? Chief? You wait a moment but get no response. Looking around, you can't see her anywhere. Must be in the engine room. Okay then. Engine room it is. Moving from the engineering section into one of the engine rooms, the first thing that strikes you is that the huge turbine-like machinery that fills the majority of the area is now still. You got so used to their constant motion and regular thrum that after your first few security reviews, you'd stop noticing it, but now that it was absent, the stillness of such a huge space made you uneasy. The only saving grace was that the cavernous structure of the engine room, no longer filled with the sound of the engines, you could hear Chief's analytical monologue echoing across the expanse. You wouldn't have to do much more than follow it to its source to find her. Alright, big save. So that's detectors 1 through 7 calibrated against the background gamma and signaling baseline. If I can... Hey, Chief, how's it, no backlogs in the coolant flow, no warping in exterior heat sinks either. Chief. Oh, it's you, Lieutenant Liontower. Don't you have a mission to be getting ready for? Well, yes, but I thought I'd check in on how you were doing before I had to leave. Oh. Well, everything's as fine as it can be down here. The loss of power didn't do any damage as all the fail-safes for a hard shutdown kicked in, so... Because of... Not the ship, Chief. I wanted to check in on you. Huh? I'm fine, Lieutenant. I just need to get these engines back online. I would have had them online already if Lieutenant Lord didn't have me waste all that time finding the O'Brien. Once I told her that we could find them using the infrared targeting sensors, she had me... She should have left it up to Gunner D's and let me get on with things. You know, Chief has a point there. Chief had a very important job to do, and Vanessa showed poor leadership in forcing her to do it. I could have got back to figuring out what's causing the problems with our long-range communication systems by now. Maybe even... That's something else I wanted to ask you, Chief. What was happening between you and Lieutenant Lord on the bridge? I've seen what she can get like, but I didn't think she'd be that way in front of the captain. Alright, Lieutenant, you know what? I've seen what you'll do for this ship and the crew, so in my book that makes you alright. So I'm going to let you in on a secret. In case you hadn't figured it out already. I have in fact figured it out, but let's have you tell me anyway. Yeah, actually Gunner D's nuts. The only reason any of us are on this ship is because the JFC don't know what to do with us. Not bad enough to dismiss or court-martial, but too much of a liability to crew anything important. And I know that includes me. As a union woman, I've butted heads with enough of the brass that they've used every trick in the book to get me out of the way and onto my last warning. So when Lieutenant Lord realized how pissed the captain would be that the engines hadn't been reactivated, she threatened to pin this whole mess on me. That said, that she'd report the decision to delay the engine's reactivation as mine if I didn't back up her story. Whole thing makes me sick. Some of us actually have important work to do and don't have time to be playing games with the crew to worm their way to the top. As much as I hate going along with it, I'm stuck for the time being. Because I didn't realize Vanessa could be so... But don't worry about me, Lieutenant. I'm a big girl. True. I can look after myself. I'll figure out some way to deal with her. You just worry about getting back to the O'Brien safely here. Thanks, Chief. Don't mention it. Although one thing, Lieutenant. Yes, Chief? Don't interrupt me when I'm clearly in the middle of something extremely important. Yes, Chief. Now get out of here. Back on that Sigmar grind set. Alright, we're gonna... I can see the plot. It's swirling. Alright, Vanessa's gonna try a mutiny and we gotta oppose the mutiny. Not because the captain is particularly great, just because Vanessa is worse. To be TBH. Okay, I need to be ordered to take stuff. Got it. I just wanted the quick check. Quick check. Crew quarters 2. Crew quarters 1. Your quarters. Okay, so that works fine, huh? Oh, he wants to turn it back on. Okay, sure. should be thinking about what I need before the mission rather than checking out people's quarters. Okay. Fair enough. Anyone in fire control? As the door to fire control slides open, you're met with a familiar sound of tinny music escaping from Dylan's oversized headphones, letting you know that the gunner is at his station. Gunner D's. Nuts. Looking around at all the illuminated screens and flashing readouts, it appears that everything here is back up and running as normal. Although there's so much information on display, you've got no idea that's a correct assessment. Leaning slightly to catch a glimpse of Dylan, you can see that he's currently zoned out in appreciation of the track he's listening to, oblivious to your presence. Knowing that he would have recently had his personal sanctuary intruded upon by both Lieutenant Lord and the Chief, it feels cruel to disturb him. But your years of being a security officer kick in, you find it hard to resist the urge to check in. Hey, alright. Dylan. You son of a bitch. Warrant Officer D's. Yes, latest report. No update on the... Oh, hey, Lieutenant. Sorry about that. I just had the Chief and Lieutenant Lord crammed in here with me shouting at each other about finding the O'Brien. Lord wouldn't even let me perform the search with my headphones on, against regulations. Like it makes a difference to what I can see. Sign up for that kind of stress. Anyways, what's up? Oh, nothing much. I just thought I'd check in on you. See how you were doing after everything. Oh, you know me, Lieutenant. As long as I get to listen to my music, it's all good. And like, as long as Lieutenant Lord never comes in here again, I guess. Ugh. What about you, sir? I heard that we've got you to thank for getting the gun dog back on her feet. You doing all right? Oh, yeah. I guess so. I've been too busy with running a sweep of the ship to stop to think about it, really. Well, with needing to do a spacewalk and all, rather you than me. Closest I want to get to space is seeing it through these here monitors. Yeah, he's listening to K-pop Demon Hunter right now. On loop. 2209. Anyway, if it's okay with you, Lieutenant, I'm supposed to be keeping an eye on the O'Brien, and I was right in the middle of a gnarly Trish and the Replicants. Trish and the Replicants song? Okay. Good meme. Hey, 2209, I guess I was 160 off. Am I right? This is Dr. Panda. Hey, I missed you. Hey, thanks a lot. It's been a week. I've been gone. But now I'm back. Back to reading Animu, you know? Just like the olden days. He's back. Big. No problem. Take it easy, Gunner D's nuts. Thanks, sir. Okay. Look. I probably can't see anything. That 8-ball. I wonder if Dylan brought that with him or whether it was left behind by the previous crew member. There's an 8-ball. There's no pool table on the gun dog, so either someone brought it on purpose or got lucky with an 8-ball they were carrying around. The one seems weird. Is this guy on coke? Quarters, crew, thoroughfare, captain's quarters. Already been to the bridge. I don't think anyone would be in airlock, but let's just check. Yeah, no, nobody's here. I think I have gone everywhere, and it's time to head out. Time to get to the hangar. I think I've talked to everyone. Probably can't go to the central computer. Yeah, okay. Can't do it. I can't do it. Your entire YouTube watch plans had to be changed since you were streaming. Hey, I apologize. I would have rather been streaming if it's any consolation. But we're back on it. I can't help but think I'm forgetting something, but I guess probably not. Alright, hangar it is, right? As the ship's gravity disappears, you slowly float down the final few steps leading to the hangar. Once your almost weightless feet connect with the steel flooring of the catwalk, you kick off and towards the guardrail, grabbing it before you float past and bring yourself to a stop. Ahead of you are the typical sights of the hangar, but for the first time since you've boarded the Gundog, its expanse is filled with noise and motion rather than the usual near silence and stillness. You see Dalton floating from one segment of the furthest armored frame to another, clearly in the process of carrying out its pre-flight checks. As he arrives at each new part, he opens an access panel, checks the hidden machinery and mechanisms underneath, and slams the panel closed, occasionally stopping to take one tool or another from his belt to apply adjustments to the frame's inner working. Alongside the erratic slamming of panels and whirring of electronic tools coming from Dalton, you also hear the back and forth of bickering between Hansen and Vanessa. You watch as Hansen, donning his flight suit, snaps at the lieutenant and then kicks off into the empty space of the hangar, swiftly followed by Vanessa, who does not let up whatever it is she's trying to discuss. Glancing at your watch, you see that it's almost the scheduled time to depart and start the mission. No use putting it off any longer, I guess. Go for a save over here, I guess. Talk to Hansen, Dalton, or Van. Talk to Dalton. No use putting it off any longer. Proceed to put it off. Doing your best not to draw the attention of the squabbling Hansen and Vanessa, you wait until Dalton turns your way and then wave at him, gesturing for him to come hold his attention. Hey Dalton, how are the preparations going? Oh, Lieutenant, preparations are, at ease, Cadet. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Don't worry about it. Everything all right, though. Oh, yeah, everything's fine, thanks. It's just that this is the first time I've actually had to repair an armored frame for a real mission. Every other time has been for a drill or a test or something. Really don't want to screw it up. You better not screw it up. I'll die. No pressure. Take it easy, Cadet. I'm sure you'll do a great job. What if I've done something wrong? Then you and Inside HeyWoah would, we would explode. Well, implode. But that's why you gotta do it right. Sorry, sir. No problem, Cadet, just take it easy. But tell me, have you ever screwed up any of your armored frame drills before? Now we're kind of prodding for information about why this guy's a screw-up on this ship. Well, no. Or any tests? No, I guess not. So why would you think you'd done something wrong this time? I mean, I'm sorry, I guess I was just getting a bit nervous. Alright, Cadet. We all get a bit nervous the first time we have to do something for real. But I've seen how hard you work and what the Chief puts you through. I'm sure you got it all done up to her standards. Thanks, sir. Although she always makes me double check the actuators. What if I've forgotten the actuators? Alright, well, yeah, do those. Do those, I guess. As Hansen and Vanessa continue their argument oblivious to your presence, you maintain your grip on the guardrail. It's almost time for the mission, so you could get ready to depart, but if you've got anything you wanted to do before you left, now would be the time. Was there anything I needed to do before I set off? Alright, I'll save that one over here. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I don't know. I think I talked to everyone. Depart. Although the prospect of the upcoming mission makes your stomach drop, you take a deep breath in, hold it briefly, and exhale slowly, calming yourself. Gathering up your resolve, you kick over to the storage lockers near the hangar entrance and remove a flight suit from one, pulling it on over your normal uniform. It had taken you much longer to get the suit on earlier, but thanks to that unwelcome refresher, you now slide it on relatively effortlessly. After closing the clasps on the last of the suit's seals, you take the helmet from the locker, tuck it underneath your arm, turning back to face the main hangar. Hansen and Vanessa's bickering doesn't seem like it will end anytime soon, so with a weary exhalation, you float forward, vault over the guardrail, and kick off it, sending yourself towards Hansen's armored frame. And the music has stopped. Lieutenant Liontower reporting for duty. He announced loudly as you grab onto the shoulder of the armored frame. Stopping in the middle of what she was saying to Hansen, Vanessa turns to face you. She then pushes off the hangar ceiling and heads towards you, not waiting to arrive to begin her lecture. It's about time you arrive, Lieutenant. You're due to depart in a few minutes. What exactly do you think you're doing turning up this close to the mission start time? I'll remind you that I'm responsible for overseeing this assignment, so I won't have your lack of timekeeping impacting the outcome. Now, before she can get much further into her tirade, Vanessa's cut off by Hansen, who floats in between the two of you and into the open cockpit of the Juno. He looks very different than he did earlier. He's now a sad maverick man. Ensign Crewey is ready for departure, he states lazily before disappearing into the armored frame, taking Vanessa's attention away from you and back towards him. And don't forget, Ensign, I'm counting on you, Vanessa calls into the cockpit. Hansen answers, you don't hear it. Well done, Lieutenant. Have you got everything you need for the mission? I don't see you carrying a PST or a guide from the chief on removing O'Brien's black box, didn't you? Oh, was I thought I had those. I thought they just gave them to me. Good thing we saved. I thought they would have given me that, but I had to actually go get them. Yeah, okay, so Chief gives them to me. I wonder why that wasn't the dialogue thing when I talked to her earlier. Is it supposed to work this way, or was I supposed to get those physically, I wonder? Well, hey, alright. Takes you a second to recover once you realize that the Chief's just pissed a briefcase-sized portable computer at you, the PST. Got it. I had to grab the one you'd left in engineering. Oh, okay. Quick reload. I wonder if it lets you do that or not. Here, I'm gonna save here. Is this like a scripted sequence? Don't leave yet. Okay. Yep, okay. It's a scripted thing. You can't go get it. Alright, I did feel like I was missing something, and I was, but apparently this is just supposed to happen. A quick check there. How far into this game am I? I don't know. The last time I played, February of this year. A few hours, probably. One stream worth, about. And here's the instructions for removing a black box. The O'Brien's is swift like the gun dog, so there shouldn't be any difference in procedure as long as you follow this to the letter. Ignoring Vanessa, the Chief prefers a manila folder containing a few sheets of paper. Rearranging your hold on your helmet, the PST, and your grip on the armored frame, you just about managed to take the folder from him. Black box guide. Ahem. You glance back at Vanessa, who hovers behind you, an increasingly deep scowl forming on her face. Before you have the opportunity to acknowledge the lieutenant, the Chief lays a hand heavily on your shoulder, returning your attention to her and almost making you drop the folder. Don't forget, Lieutenant, the PST needs access verification to open doors. Your ID won't work on the O'Brien because you're not assigned to it. You'll need to use the ID of one of the O'Brien's crew to get anything working. Alright, thanks for the heads up, Chief. If that's the case, would you mind hanging on to these until I get back? Sure thing. Anyway, I got engines to be reactivating. Although I've already queued up the startup reaction, so now I have to... Chief Engineer Cathays. Right, we both got things to be getting on with. Good luck out there, Lieutenant. With a final pat on your shoulder, the Chief launches herself off the armored frame and back towards the hangar entrance. Chief Engineer Cathays. Vanessa yells whilst using you to pull herself forward, her lower lip quivering with anger as she watches the Chief pass over the guardrail and towards a stairwell leading out of the hangar. Although she remains silent, you can see the rage building in Vanessa, her slight frame seeming as if it could explode at any second. As subtly as possible, you attempt to make your way to the Juno's cockpit without attracting her attention. You've already noticed that Dalton has disappeared from view, and you hope to achieve the same thing before the lieutenant can direct her scorn at you. Unfortunately, as you lower yourself into the Juno's cockpit, the casing of the PST strikes the armored frame's surface, resulting in a loud clang that reverberates through the empty space of the hangar. Going somewhere, Lieutenant? Leave quickly or back away slowly. I'm out of here. Fuck you. Your mind races, you try to come up with a good way to extricate your way from the situation. The concept of getting into another fight with Vanessa right now is somehow even worse than the thought of sharing a cramped cockpit with Hansen. I got a mission to run. 11:30. I'm out. Metric time. Lieutenant Liontower heading out. Good luck with commanding the mission, ma'am. Throwing the best salute you can manage considering how full your hands are. Get out of here, Lieutenant. Watching her float away, you breathe a sigh of relief, thankful that you managed to avoid another conflict. Turning towards the cockpit entrance, you make your way inside, pulling a lever that closes the hatch behind you. With the hatch closed, all you can hear is the gentle hum of the frame's subsystem. Once inside, your eyes quickly adjust to the low light, with the only sources of illuminations being the occasional backlit dial or readout. You pause for a moment and grit your teeth. This was the first time in years that you've been inside the cockpit of an armored frame. It might be a newer model, but it was pretty much exactly how you remembered it. Snapping back to the present, you do your best to head off the thoughts that you know will follow your reminiscing by taking a look around the cockpit to see where you would be sitting. Although the majority of a Juno's cockpit is taken up by the pilot's seat, which sits in the Centra, mounted on a series of shock absorbers. Ooh, air ride. Damn, these armored shells have air ride, huh? There is space on either side, which allows for the addition of a temporary passenger seat to be mounted on the pilot. Sure enough, Dalton has attached this fixture onto the right-hand side of the seat currently occupied by Hansen. You stash the PST and the file the chief gave you at the rear of the cockpit. Once they're out of your hands, you pull on your helmet, fastening your suit's final seals, and then strapping yourself into the passenger seat. Whilst you do up the buckles, you look across at Hansen, who you realize hasn't said a single thing since you entered the cockpit. You've been too preoccupied with getting away from Vanessa to notice, but now that you're actually paying attention to the ensign, you see that his chest is rapidly rising and falling with every breath. On top of that, his hands both grasp the flight sticks, squeeze them tightly and release them, a motion he repeats over and over. Despite the fact you're looking right at him, he hasn't noticed you. Instead, his focus seems purely on the monitor in front of him. Hey, inside crew whales. You okay? There's a slight delay, but a second after you ask, Hansen releases his grip on the flight sticks and turns to face you, the intense expression he just had suddenly replaced by his normal countenance. What? I was just asking you if you're okay. Of course I'm okay. What are you talking about? We're not all cowards like you who can't even launch an AF. Take a deep breath in and exhale slowly as you look away. You weren't sure what you'd been expecting, but at least Hansen seemed like his normal self. Thankfully, any follow-up from him is cut off by Vanessa's face appearing on the comm screens and her voice on the frame speakers. Gundog 1, this is Lieutenant Lord. It's 1630 Jovian Standard, and the mission has begun. Please confirm you're ready to launch. Copy that, Lieutenant Lord. This is Ensign HeyWoah. In Gundog 1, all systems ready for launch, waiting for authorization. Understood. Authority granted. Stand by whilst you're transported for takeoff. Although the Juno's monitors haven't turned on yet, you can tell that the reverberations you feel are coming from behind, lowered from the hangar and out underside of the ship. Activating all systems. That fucking sound effect every time. All at once the motors come to life, illuminating you and Hansen with their glow. Gundog 1 ready. Gundog 1 releasing restraints. Launching. Once the armored frame is free of its restraints, Hansen slams the flight sticks forward in unison, sending the Juno hurtling away from the Gundog and causing it to shake with the acceleration. As the cockpit shudders, you unconsciously grab onto the straps keeping you in the passenger seat and squeeze them tightly. With the frame continuing to accelerate, you do your best to keep a neutral expression, but despite this, Hansen looks across to you and notices your grim appearance. What's the matter, Lieutenant? Feeling flight sick already? No, I'm fine. You lie. You lie. Sure. Just sit back and watch how a real pilot handles an AF. Although you thought Hansen had launched at maximum thrust, he somehow managed to find an extra burst of acceleration, causing the cockpit to shake further, doing nothing to help the nausea you feel. If you throw up, sir, your helmet stays on. Eventually, Hansen eases up on the acceleration and the juddering stops. Although you're still slightly nauseous, you slowly begin to feel less like the little food you've had for today will be reappearing inside your helmet. As the Juno continues to cruise forwards you, maybe towards you, and Hansen both sit in the near silence of the cockpit. With no real indication of distance between you and the O'Brien or the speed you're traveling, it's difficult for you to keep track of time and the journey drags on. There's no way for you to be exact, but it feels like at least half an hour has passed with neither of you saying anything. Eventually, the oppressive silence, coupled with your increasingly desperate desire for a distraction, forces you to think about something you'd never thought you'd do. Willingly start a conversation with Hansen. Oh, sweet. Sure. Ask about the Gundog, ask about how to tell him about the report. Oh, shit. Alright. We got a lot of save scumming to do because I want to hear about it, but I might not choose it for the final choice. Start before trailing off quickly as Hansen doesn't acknowledge you at all. How long you been on the Gundog? Hansen gives you the briefest flicker of acknowledgement, but doesn't take his eyes off the main monitor. What? I was just asking how long you've been stationed down the Gundog. Why? You're only seconds into this conversation, it's already one you're beginning to regret. I just, thought I'd ask. I'd heard people talking about your piloting, and yeah, well, people can say whatever they like about my piloting. It doesn't make a difference because I've been stuck on this joke of a ship for a year. Not that it matters, every other pilot in the JCF is doing nothing but drills right now, so who cares where I am? Fresh, uncomfortable silence hangs in the air between the two of you as you mentally scramble for a response. So what are you doing on this ship anyway? How'd you screw up? Your first instinct is to fire back that you aren't a screw-up like him, but you know that you can't admit that Cassie had you transfer put through as a favor without the risk of getting it back at Vanessa. Yeah. I didn't screw anything up. I just got transferred here short notice to fill the role, that's all. Whatever, sir. You don't get dumped on the Gundog unless you screwed up or are defective, so what was it? Neither. good. Okay, so we can go through all of them. Cool. Ask about Haru. What about Haru? How long have you known them? What are you asking? I'm just asking this guy. Why, are you into them? No, I got a wife, Cassie. Or maybe she's just a girlfriend, I'm not sure. I can't believe you're into Haru. They're gonna love this. I'm not. Does Quinn know? Maybe she does. Maybe that's why you're asking. Damn, no wonder you're asking. I knew you were both freaks. Okay, so pointless. I think telling him about the report would be interesting. I want to see where it goes. I might not choose it, but... As the two of you continue to sit in silence and you watch Hansen making occasional minute adjustments to the flight path of the Juno, you realize something. When you'd read the report in the captain's quarters, you'd been shocked, hit with a gut punch of realization. What had happened to you at the battle above Lunar could all be traced back to one woman, Mary's Barter Muse, your captain. Except it wasn't just you who had been there that day. You weren't the only one who was aboard the ship that had been affected by her actions. Hansen had fought for his life as Cal-like flight was wiped out around him, and he'd had to survive in the combat zone for over 12 hours. What had happened to Hansen, what he blamed you for, hadn't been your fault. Now finally, you knew whose fault it was. The realization hung over you as you grappled with the situation. It's not like you were any closer to dealing with this information. Was there even any way that knowing could bring you closure? Couldn't bring back Cal-like flight, or any of the other pilots or crew of the ships that had been lost. But still, if someone else had known, would you have wanted them to tell you? Would telling Hansen do you any good? Would it do any for him? Honestly, probably not. And I probably won't eventually choose this, but it's interesting that the character is thinking all this through. These thoughts almost overwhelm you as you try to wrestle with what you should do until suddenly you just blurt out. When I was in the captain's quarters, I found a report. What? You take a deep breath, you'd started now, and there's no going back. When I was in the captain's quarters looking for the codes to reactivate the gun dog, I found a report in the captain's desk. Yeah, okay, why are you telling me this? It was about the battle above Lunar, 4 years ago. As soon as you mention the battle, you hear Hansen take a sharp intake of breath and his flight sticks creak as he squeezes both of them. In an instant, his whole body goes rigid. It was about the reason the enemy were able to outflank us, why they were able to break through E-Field. You see Hansen's expression shift into a grimace, but he still doesn't say anything. It was because Captain Bartermuse, she was Rear Admiral Bartermuse back then. He made an order that pulled the ships away from our rear defensive line, left us wide open. That's why. Why the hell are you telling me this? I'm also wondering that. Because it was her. She's the reason. She's the reason why we had to deal with what we dealt with. She's responsible. Who cares? What difference does it make? Dude, actually based Hansen, he's right. It's the whole time it was, I know what this is. This is just you trying to worm your way out of your responsibility. Yeah, he would also think that too. Don't try and get out of this. It doesn't matter why it happened. You weren't there. This time, Hansen's fist connects with the side of the seat the ears is mounted on, making the whole thing shudder and activating the shock absorbers. With that, the two of you fall back into an uneasy silence. Alright, that's about what I expected to happen, but it was very interesting that he went through all the reasons why it was wrong to bring it up beforehand. Like, that was cool. And Hansen, for the most part, had a pretty mature response. Like, cool. Anyway, let's leave it. As the two of you continue your flight towards the O'Brien, the quietness of the Juno's cockpit adds to the sense of tension you feel between yourself and Hanson. Despite not engaging with or even acknowledging you, you can't help but feel a sense of pressure. Hanson's simple presence continues to put you on edge. You mull over a few potential topics for conversations, but can't come up with anything that won't sound weird or forced. Eventually, you resign yourself to the fact that the rest of the journey will have to continue on this way for as long as it takes. You shift your seat and adjust one of the belts slightly. With a sigh, you make yourself as comfortable as you can, settling into the silence. With no other sounds beyond the almost imperceptible background noise of the cockpit and the Juno's monitor showing nothing but stars in your mind drifts. Ahem. Got a cough button there. The warmth of the cockpit and the gentle vibrations caused by the shuddering of the Juno's engines caused your thoughts to idle and slow. Eventually, without realizing it, you begin to drift off to sleep. Whatever you do, don't start talking about MTG Commander. Hey, alright. Ask him his opinion on the ban list, Hanson. You're almost completely gone when both you and Hanson sit upright and fix your attention on the main monitor. Although there's nothing to see beyond the stars and the visual indicator, you know that this means the O'Brien is close by. We're here. Hanson mutters to himself as he begins to flick switches on the control panel to his side. You watch silently as he works the pedals and flight sticks to reduce the Juno's speed. Gundog, this is Gundog 1. We've got target lock on the objective. I repeat, this is Gundog 1. Got target lock on the objective. Hanson scowls at the communications screen as it turns nothing but static and an indication that it hasn't picked up any incoming signal. Quickly resets the switches on the control panel before activating them again. I repeat, Gundog, this is Gundog 1. We've got target lock on the objective. Do you read? Piece of junk. Stinking Chevy. His foot strikes the paneling underneath the main monitor, causing it to flicker momentarily, but doing nothing to help obtain a signal. Oh, there it is. With the O'Brien now visible on the screen, you remain silent as Hanson continues to reactivate the Juno's transmission system. God damn it, Lord, where the hell are you? This time, Hanson's fist strikes the main monitor. Thankfully for both of you, the reinforced glass of its screen remains undamaged. You move as far away from Hanson as the restraints of your temporary seat will allow. You always knew he was a hothead, but that didn't make this any easier to deal with. Get these hotheads out of here. Are we leaving him to it or trying to calm him down? I think trying to calm him down is going to have an adverse respect. People with anger issues, subconsciously, they're just always looking for a reason to be more upset for some reason. Because they like to be upset, I think. And so this is just give them fuel for it. Trying to put out an electrical fire with water. But let's try to do it anyway. Hanson continues to attempt re-establishing contact with the Gundog. Each time he does, his efforts are met with the same familiar static. What's wrong with this piece of crap? Take it easy. Holding both your hands up, palms forward as a placating gesture. Don't you tell me what to do in my frame line tower. That's not going to do any good. Yeah, what do you know? You can barely contain the long, exasperated sigh you feel building inside you, but you manage not to express it, knowing it'll just set Hanson off more. You tell him what you remember the chief telling you earlier. Before all this started, the chief said she was having problems with the long-range communication system. It was causing issues with our transmissions to the O'Brien as well as the targeting system. Probably not fixed yet, might have even been made worse when the power went out. So what, we're out here with no mission control? Guess so. Yeah, of course. Can't expect anything to go to plan when that ship's involved. With the O'Brien now close enough for you to actually make out its finer details, Hansen decelerates the frame, bringing it to nearly a complete stop. Calm down counter with a comeback? Yeah. Deftly adjusting the Juno's orientation, he then begins to circle the Swift-class ship, and the two of you focus on the monitor, trying to identify anything out of the ordinary on the O'Brien before you get closer. Wait a second, is that? You point to the O'Brien's main airlock, and Hansen quickly sets a camera to zoom in on it. Wide open. Looks like someone's tried the same stunt as you. No, that's not it. I closed the secondary airlock door behind me. Both of those are open, which means the ship must be completely depressurized. Or maybe just that section of it. Yeah, if this happens when the power was off, none of the emergency bulkheads would have been able to close. The two of you sit in silence, both considering what you've just found out. If the same thing had happened to the O'Brien as the gun dog and someone had opened both airlocks, then what little breathable air was left on the ship would have been sucked out into space. We still got a mission to do, come on. You nod silently in agreement as Hansen, apparently sobered by that realization, moves the armored frame towards the airlock. This isn't necessarily the end, you think. If some of the crew were lucky, they might have been able to get their spacesuits on before they ran out of air. They'd be running low of oxygen by now, but this is Gundog 1 docking with the O'Brien. Now only meters away from the other ship, Hansen brings the Juno to a complete stop, and with a surprising amount of delicacy, has it reach out with one arm, grabbing a hold of a protrusion from the ship and anchoring itself. All right, let's go. In a well-practiced motion, Hansen releases himself from his seat's harness, moves forwards, and grabs the lever to open the cockpit's hatch. As soon as it's open, you feel the rush of the cockpit's air escaping. Meanwhile, Hansen pulls himself out, steps into the airlock. Having a slightly harder time with the straps on your harness, it takes you a few moments longer to release yourself. Once free, you gather up the PST and the instructions the chief had given you before making your own way out of the Juno. Can we pause for a second? I can't believe this idiot didn't spend the entire time here reading those instructions. Like, I mean, really. Just in case. Like, we flew here for half an hour. Just didn't even read the instructions that he might need. This main character, I tell you what. The two of you tentatively make your way from the airlock itself through to the room beyond. Although nothing is obviously broken or wrong, the fact you're standing in an area identical to the one on the Gundog but open to space and completely uninhabitable sends a shiver down your spine. He looks so goofy. Short-range radio doesn't work either, I guess, considering this, right? You look at Hansen to see him mouthing something that you can't hear. You continue to stand there in confusion as Hansen wordlessly gestures at you until he looks exasperated. It takes you a moment, but you realize what's going on and reach up to the radio on your chest panel, flicking the switch that activates it. It's about time you figured that out, sir. Hansen's voice cracks over the helmet speaker. I guess short range does work. Unlike the Juno, where the cockpit was pressurized so you could hear each other, you now find yourself standing in a complete vacuum where no sound can travel. So what's the plan? You turn to survey the empty void of the airlock. The first priority given by the captain was assessing the crew of the O'Brien to get their ship back online, but judging by the current state of things, you weren't sure you'd have much luck with that. Destructor Panda, you should marry everyone or something. I don't know this game. I don't know this game either. I'm learning. Learning as I play. Yeah, deduction is down another 10th. I mean, he noticed the other detail too. He randomly notices good stuff. I don't think he's quite at 1 though, but he's above half of 1. I think he's above half of 1. You say to yourself more than the Hansen as you go over the current situation in your mind. That's right, Lieutenant, the plan. Right now, you've got rank, so without Lords screeching down our comms line, this is on you. Unless you're after a trip down memory lane and want to sit in the Juno's cockpit while I do everything. A mix of shame and anger swell inside you as you bite your tongue to not snap at Hansen with the first thing that comes to mind. Stow it, Ensign. Despite the way he said it, he wasn't wrong. With nothing coming from the gun dog, you were now the highest ranking officer involved with this mission. Alright, the first priority was to assist the crew. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be in this part of the ship, but we still need to try. Since I've used the PST before, it's going to be easier for me to carry out that search. Whilst I'm doing that, you can start removing the ship's black box. You hold up the manila folder that the chief had given you on the gun dog, and Hansen takes it from you, clumsily flicking through it with his gloved hands. It's on the bridge, huh? How are we going to get there? Same way I did on the gun dog, come on. Turn around and head into the ship, eventually arriving in the central hub. Okay then, Lieutenant, now what? As you walk past Hansen to where the maintenance hatch is located next to the elevators, you take the opportunity to quickly switch your radio off. Tell Hansen exactly what he can do next and switch it back on. Oh, I get it. Ha. Funny. What's next, Ensign, is this. You run your fingers down the seam between the panel and the wall and quickly find the catch. Unlike the one on the bridge, you're able to fit your suit's fingers into this one. You quickly release it. As the hatch comes away in your hands, you wait to feel the sensation of air rushing out of the crawlway. Unfortunately, you feel nothing, confirming one of the fears you had about the ship and her crew. Placing the hatch down, you turn to Hansen, saying nothing about your discovery and instead gesturing to the ladder. At the top of this ladder, you'll find another panel like this that leads into the bridge. To release it, all you need to do is push on the catch from the inside. You're not dealing with some dumb security officer. Let a pilot show you how it's done. Oh, latch catcher, huh? With a swagger that's only exaggerated by the bulk of his suit, Hansen strides past you, steps into the access tunnel, and heads up the ladder. You take the opportunity to turn your radio off again and tell him what you really think about pilots. Once you're done, you switch it back on in case he sends any transmissions. Now that you've set him to work, it's up to you to try and find any survivors of the O'Brien's crew and use their help to get ship back online. You look around the empty central hub, the same silence that previously filled the gun dog now filling your helmet. After a moment of contemplation, you head towards the first place you think it may be fruitful to explore. I actually don't know that I agree with them splitting up here. I think they should remain a team next to each other just in case anything happens. Be nice to have both of them there, you know? What if there's an alien? Or, I don't know. I feel like splitting up in this instance is probably wrong, but I guess he's in charge. And by he, I mean me. Alright, we got a gun and we got sub-terminal, but we don't have a key card, so I do need a key card before I can use the PST to get anything. Out of action. Aft airlock bridge, foreside sickbay. Can I do this? Out of order. Okay, so we got to do it the old-fashioned way. He's going to the bridge. You reach out to the maintenance crawlway and grab a rung on the ladder. It's possible the sickbay has its own, like, life support systems or something like that. Does Hansen have a weapon? I don't know, but we do have a stun gun. Stepping forward, you catch your feet onto another rung that you can barely see, and then instead of falling hands on up, you start moving downwards. As you descend, the crawlway eventually becomes completely dark. The only indication you're given that you've reached the bottom is when you bring your foot down, you unexpectedly stomp on a floor panel. Now at the bottom of the shaft, you grope around the darkness, looking for the catch that will release the panel by the elevator into the sickbay. After a few minutes of sliding your palms around blindly, your suit's gloves catching something. No one brought a flashlight to the derelict ship? I'm mad. I'm upset. These things don't have lights on them, these spacesuits? Oh, I guess there's gravity on the ship. How come there's gravity on the ship? Plot hole? With no rush of air to indicate that you've depressurized the room, you are almost entirely certain you knew what to expect, but what you find goes beyond that. Behind the desk set to meet those who enter the sickbay, you see the crumpled form of someone wearing a white suit coat, much like Dr. Rosarium's.
Good job, King.
Some Norwegians do things with a tier 3 for 58. Another 50 pluser do the 50 pluses. They're the only ones left. I have to keep the 50 plusers. I can't lose them. Thanks for the tier 3. It's a big tier. I appreciate it. As always. You quickly make your way over to them, but as you do, you stop momentarily as you feel something crunching underneath your boots. Looking around, you can see that the doctor is surrounded by broken glass. Taking stock of the room, you realize that the cabinets at the far end of the sickbay are all still locked, but the glass panels have been shattered and their contents scattered. Instead of trying to puzzle out what happened, you turn your attention back to the doctor, kneeling down by them and gently turning them over. You're faced with a woman who seems to be in her mid-50s, or seems to have been in her mid-50s, her sandy hair done up in a loose bun with errant strands tucked behind her ears. You notice that of the two lenses set onto the ground, wired framed spectacles, one is cracked and the frames sit askew on her face. Although her pale blue eyes are wide open and staring at you, they do not move, and she does not blink. Her skin is pallid, matching the cool blue of her eyes, the striking red of her lipstick standing out in dramatic contrast. You stay holding the doctor for a moment before gently laying her down, and with as much delicacy as you can manage, in your bulky spacesuit, you close her eyes. As you stand up, you exhale deeply. Although it was almost certain this would have been the scenario you'd be facing for most of the ship since the central area had been depressurized with no safety measures engaged, you'd been holding out hope that you'd find crew members alive and well. Despite the sight of the doctor, you still hold on to that hope. As you survey the room, you turn your attention back to the glass underfoot and the shattered frontage of the cabinets. What happened here? You might want to take the doctor's key card too. As you head towards the back of the room to examine the cabinets, you feel the crunch of glass fragments under your feet. Although the floor is scattered with various boxes and bottles of different medicines, there's something in particular that catches your eye. You squat down and pick up an open packet that you recognize. NutriShake Mix. Oh, that's the stuff that Cassie has been ordered to take by Dr. Rosarium. As you turn the pouch over in your hands and look inside, you find it's completely empty of the powder that it should contain. Placing it back on the floor, you look around and realize that whilst all the boxes of medication are all still sealed, the packets you can see torn open are all NutriShake packets. Oh. Would someone really do all this for NutriShakes? Someone or something? It is time to no longer be separated and instead stick together. The alien. As you survey her, you notice that unlike Dr. Rosarium, she doesn't wear her stethoscope around her neck and her key card. Or her key card on... Okay, I was looking for the key card. Hang on, her key card. The thought reminds you of the Chief's instructions that you'd need to use a key card from a member of the O'Brien's crew if you're going to activate any doors with the PST. Sorry about this, Doctor. Squatting beside her, you pat the doctor down. Although the thickness of your spacesuit's gloves make the task difficult, you do your best to be respectful. Eventually, you reach the doctor's waist and feel a protrusion. Opening her white coat, you see an internal pocket. After a moment spent trying to fit your gloved hand inside, you manage to grab a hold of something and pull it out. You got the doctor's key card. Stand up and read the name on the back of the card. Dr. Esri de Boer. Unclasp a pouch on the side of your suit, deposit the card, close it again. Doctor won't have the clearance to let me access the central computer, but maybe this will help me find somebody who does. Thank you for your help, Dr. de Boer. Sorry, we didn't get here sooner. Big. Dr. Man was prescribing them to our girlfriend. He was. Back to Central Hub, I think, unless there's something else. Ooh, what's this? Okay, nothing. It's nothing. Oh, the radio hisses to life as we climb the ladder. Lieutenant Commander Quinn from the JFS Gundog. Cassie, what are you doing on this frequency? We're picking up your signal and have arrived at the rendezvous area. Please transmit your precise coordinates over. We read you. That's a sweet voice you got there, Gundog. I'm transmitting coordinates and mission update files now. It's good to finally... Oh, this is from before. We're getting a transmission from hours ago. I'm actually clicking past that because it's really loud, so apologies. Why would we be getting transmissions on loop from an hour ago? What sort of creature is eating the nutrient paste? Okay, so we do this last properly because it takes a bunch of juice. Yeah, we need the access codes. Armory, Central Hub, Engineering. Bracing yourself with your left hand against the wall by the entrance to the armory, you bring your right hand down in a fist against the door. You continue to pound your fist against the unyielding entryway, hoping that if there's anyone in there and they have enough air, they'll be able to hear you and respond. Yeah, you don't want to just go in straight up open doors because it might kill someone. If anyone is in fact alive. I didn't get an answer last time. There's no point trying again. Okay. Not engineering yet. Four-side thoroughfare. A movement catches your eye. You stop to peer into the darkness ahead and catch a sight of a silhouette in the distance. Oh. Hey, who's there? I'm from the Gundog. You call out using your radio to broadcast yourself. We're here to help. Come back. As the figure vanishes into the gloom, you dash after it, eventually arriving at the end of the long corridor that makes up the four-side thoroughfare. Having headed past the two crew quarter corridors, And seeing no one down either, you move towards the end of the corridor, a dead end, when considering the doors to fire control, the mess hall, and the hangar are all sealed. Did I just imagine it? You turn around trying to see if you'd missed something. With no signs of life here aside from yourself, you begin to doubt what you saw anything at all. This mission must be getting to me. Better get this over with before I start seeing things. Warning, shibbity whoop. Nothing really to look at. Crew quarters. M-Butte. U-Stat. Uruguay. Rugby. Usk-Stat. Based off where their quarters are, they're probably a pilot. Rory Way. I wonder if they have a junior engineer on placement in the Dalton. Albany Row. Quarters distribution is the same. This is O'Brien's gunner. No response, no response, no response, okay. Stood outside the door that would be yours had you served on the O'Brien instead of the gun dog. You can't help but feel a little nauseous. The familiarity of the door, the corridor, the thoroughfare, it all forces you to think about how close the gun dog came to being out here before the O'Brien. Push that through your mind. As close as it was to happening, it didn't. You were here now. Whoever lived behind that door. Balling up your right hand into a fist, you hammer against the door, waiting for a response. When you don't get one, you repeat the process. No one is in. No one is exactly. Alright. Four-side thoroughfare. Corridor 2. This is where Vanessa's room would be. It says here that it belongs to Julez Bashir. Kim Henry must be the O'Brien's second command. Jala DeForge of the Geordie line, perhaps. Given the location of the room, I wonder if this is their chief engineer. Esri DeBoner. DeBoer, pardon me. Captain's quarters. The keycard probably won't work, but we'll try. Paul Henry Gerard. Paul Henry Gerard, not Jean-Luc Picard. Pretty kind of close. It's like a shift, right? With Dr. DeBoer's keycard in your possession, you move towards the captain's door and lay the PST off to the side. You've been saving PST's battery for when you confirmed a surviving member of the crew and genuinely needed it, but the chance the ship's captain was in there as well as their card and access codes is too great to ignore, and you're willing to use the battery to power for it. Alright, let's go for it. Are we sure the doctor? Yeah, maybe the doctor's keycard could get into the captain's quarters. Probably not, but might as well try it. And now the keycard. Oh, it does work. Once the door is open enough to allow you through, you make your way inside. As you had expected, Captain Gerard's quarters were almost identical to Captain Bartholomew's, with a few small differences. A little bonsai tree. Instead of a giant alcohol big buddy from some gas station. Like the lack of any open bottles of liquor. Yeah. As you walk in, you look around, seeing no immediate sign of the captain. You move over to the bedroom portion of their quarters only to find an immaculately made bed and the same basic features as the ones you'd seen in the captain's quarters on board the gun dog. Well, if they're not here, there's only one other place they could be. The bridge, probably. Leaving the bedroom, you walk past the desk and stand by the door to the bathroom. You gingerly knock, but after realizing that with no air, no one would be able to hear you. No answer forthcoming, you slide it open, finding nothing but a pristine bathroom. Well, I guess they're not here either. On the edge of the desk, closest to the door and into the quarters, you notice a stack of papers perched precariously, as if they'd been left in a hurry. Based on the same tractor feed edges you'd seen on the papers in Captain Bartermew's quarters, you could assume they'd been printed out on board, meaning they were recent documents. Captain must have left in a rush if he didn't lock them away. That or they're nothing important. I mean, I want to look at them, though. Oh, a telephone hotline to the bridge. I think I like Captain Gerard's desk ornament much more than Captain Bartermew's magnum of whiskey. What could be in those files? Guess I have to use those files to find out, huh? You hesitate for a moment, considering whether or not you should pick up the files in front of you. No, I didn't hesitate at all. I'm looking at them. Although in normal circumstances doing such a thing would result in severe disciplinary action, you reason that these aren't exactly normal circumstances. Anything that could explain what had gone on or help the O'Brien had to be investigated. Besides, you think, it's not like this would be the first report you'd read today that you shouldn't have. Am I right? You take the file in hand and read the heavy printed text on the front. JFS O'Brien, mission log 132, 840214. Isn't this like a very entirely different date? Flicking through the report is made difficult by the clumsiness of your spacesuit's gloves, but you manage to quickly skim your way through the file's contents. You scan the pages of general day-to-day ship operations to see if you can find anything out of the ordinary. As you work your way through the logs, a few curious entries in amongst the expected information catch your attention. April 8. Routine patrol path adjusted to investigate erratic Higgs field distortions. Higgs! In outer limits of JFC territory. Investigation reveals significant residual boson distortion, inconsistent with standard JCF drive output. JFS Gundog dispatched to support with investigation. Continuous sweep of the areas surrounding distortion fields finds unknown object, not recognized as Jovian, Martian, or Solar Federation. Ensign Butte and Stet dispatched to retrieve object onboarded. 1927. Long-range communication system remains down. Source not yet identified by Chief Engineer DeForg. O'Brien moved to rendezvous point to meet JFS Gundog for duty transfer. Gundog behind schedule. Chief Engineer DeForge investigating unknown object for potential cause of communication failure. Destructive investigation authorized. Sounds like they ran into similar issues as us the time they took whatever this unknown object is on board. Unknown object, huh? Yeah, just tidier. Unsurprisingly, they're all locked. Yeah, we gotta find the key. Despite a rigorous check of the room, you don't find anything interesting or useful. Oh, is it underneath this? Although I should probably leave it alone until I know for certain. Okay. I thought like the key would be under that, like it's right outside of a door or something. No whiskey, no hot blonde captain. They deserved to die. I feel like there should be a key card here somewhere, but maybe not. Yeah, got nothing. No key card. That's a rough one. Thoroughfare. Oh, I don't think I've been to fire control yet, right? On the Gundog, Dylan had his music to keep him occupied. Whoever was assigned to this station on the O'Brien probably wasn't so lucky. With this in mind, you carry out the process of hammering on the door. There's just silence. Alright. No one's in fire control. Midterms week, so you have to be on and off for this, but are we all big tonight? Hell yeah, dude. Thanks for asking. Stay big. Don't like Walmart. Yeah, I'm thinking about visiting the armory. Oh no, I think we did, but the door is closed and I don't want to waste power opening it because everyone's dead, I think. What is the don't like Walmart thing? It's from the Race to World First Limit Max. It was a meme from the last Race to World First streams. Fuck Walmart. And then one of his streams was just titled Don't Like Walmart. I don't know, it caught on. It's up there with what the fuck is a kilometer? And the inches, feet, miles, burgers, bullets, football fields, like a US versus European kind of thing. You can't play well at Walmart. Especially if the crew's name was, Quinn. Go through the routine of hammering on the door, despite your best efforts. No response, okay. Hangar. Anyone cool enough to remember N64 at McDonald's? Of course. Of course. Shit was cash. The buildings also looked cool. Before it became more efficient to make them like normal buildings, so when the local franchise went out of business, they could sell it to some other place easier without it just looking like an old McDonald's. Placing the portable sub-terminal under your feet, you hammer on the doors with your fist, hopeful that if anyone's in there, they'll hear your signal and reciprocate in kind. Oh, someone's in there. Hey, can you hear me in there? You call out, resuming your hammering on the door when you get no response. From the JMS Gundog, we're here to rescue you. Can you hear me? There's definitely someone in there. Although you're still not getting an obvious response, the knowledge that someone is in there fills you with a sense of urgency, and you hurriedly set your suit's radio to broadcast. This is Lieutenant Magnus Liontower, the JFS Gundog. We're here to provide assistance to any crew on the JFS O'Brien. doesn't seem like they can hear me, but if there's a chance the commander is in there, I need to take it. Although there's a chance that they may not be in a suit yet. If I open these doors now, I risk pulling them out into the vacuum. There may be something I've missed that could let me get access codes more safely. We will be exploring. I don't want to kill this person. I'll have this sorted out soon, whoever you are. I think I've been to literally every other place on the ship, as of now, right? Oh wait, I haven't been to the airlock. I mean, I was there during a cutscene. You entered the room just before the airlock where you'd been so used to the huge main shutter and its warnings on the gun dog. Being able to see the stars like this from this position, you couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Their light, as gentle as it is, feels like a forced intrusion on this room, somewhere they should never illuminate. Spend a few more moments gazing out of the airlock before you shake your head to clear your thoughts. If there was any hope for the O'Brien's crew, it was that you'd act fast, and your stargazing wasn't helping anyone. Yeah, both suits are still here. That's a bad sign. Ideally, they would not be here, and that means someone would have a spacesuit, right? How could they have opened the door without using the access panel? Very interesting. Grabbing the handle of the suit's container, you twist it until the lock disengages and open the door. Reaching in, you grab the radio on the suit's breast panel and detach it before turning it on and bringing it up to your face. No signal, huh? Check your radio to set it to the same broadcast frequency as the O'Brien's, and after replacing the other suit's radio, set yours to transmit. This is Lieutenant Magnus Liontower, the JFS Gun Dog. We're here to provide assistance to any crew on the JFS O'Brien. Nope, didn't work. Well, I believe there's only one more place for us to go, and that's the bridge. See what Hansen's up to. Don't want to go to engineering quite yet. Alright, so I haven't been to engineering, I haven't been to the bridge, and I haven't opened the hangar. So, bridge. Although this might kick off the end of this whole thing, we'll see. As you make your way up the ladder towards the bridge, you find your progress slowed by the bulk of your spacesuit as it catches against various protrusions that stand out from the walls of the shaft. But having to stop multiple times to free yourself from these obstacles, you eventually see the faint outline of the entrance, the bridge above you. Clearing the remaining distance without incident, you step out from the hatch and onto the bridge. The absence of any signs of depressurization when you remove the panel of the central hall hub, as well as what you'd seen in the sickbay, had prepared you for what you knew you were about to see. I thought Hansen already went here. I thought he was going to the bridge. Why would I have to remove the panel? That's curious, you know? At the station on the left, you see the slumped figure of a young man. From his uniform and general appearance, you recognize him as Lieutenant Bashir, the officer that Cassie had been speaking to moments before the power went out of the gun dog. Unlike when he'd appeared on one of the gun dog's view screens, the man you saw now had clearly suffered what looked like either a small explosion or massive electrical shock. The front of his uniform was at its best singed and at worst completely charred, as what was the skin of his hands and face. Grimaced at the thought of what could have happened. As you turn your attention to the captain's chair, there, slouching on the right, Was the ship's captain a rictus smile on his face, having seemingly suffered a similar fate? Well, we can get his key card. Whatever had happened to these two, it looked like something entirely different to what had happened to the doctor in the sickbay. Although she'd clearly been injured by something, the cause of death for those two looked much more obvious. Although the question remained how. Pause for a moment. You'd almost put your hand down on the headrest of the captain's chair, but quickly moved it away if something had electrocuted these two men. Pretty grim, huh? Easy, Lieutenant, it's just me. What, never seen a fried human? Damn it, crew is. What the hell were you hiding underneath there? Following orders, sir, remember the plan? Hansen lazily waves the folder you passed on to him. These guys look like they've been electrocuted. Based on where they are, did you check? Loosen up, Lieutenant. Power's not on. What's there to check for? Can't help but be amazed at Hansen's cavalier attitude towards the risk of a painful death via electrocution. Alright, how's retrieving the black box going? Not bad. I managed to get most of the casing undone, but there's a lot going on in there, and this suit doesn't make it easy. What about you? Find anyone? He turned to look at the captain and Lieutenant Bashir for a moment before looking back at Hansen. I checked the sick bay and found the ship's doctor. She's dead too. Aside from her, these two are the only crew members I've managed to confirm. It's not looking good. I guess that keeps things simple. No survivors. We get this box and we get out of here. What, you want to hang around here a bit longer? This is a whole crew, Hansen. Some might still be alive. Guess you better get looking and find them. Ease up, Lieutenant. I can say this from experience. If everyone's dead, there's no use wishing they weren't. Not going to bring them back. But if you're going to find them, you should get moving. Probably not much air left anywhere on this ship, even if they're lucky. With another shrug, Hansen walks away from you, heading back to the control station he was hidden under when you entered. Let me know when we're leaving, though, alright? Yeah, just let me grab this key card. No better card to accomplish than the captain's. As you walk around the front of the captain's chair, you shudder. The shocks that must have killed him had left his hands clasping the armrests like talons. His face is gaunt and his eyes open wide, together with how the corners of his mouth had drawn back as far as they would go into a horrendous grin. The whole expression was unnerving, as if he'd been killed by some fatal but hilarious joke. You know what you need to do, and although it's a practical necessity, something about it feels wrong. Sorry about this, Captain. You pat the captain down but find no indication that he's carrying his key card in his pockets. You stand back for a moment trying to think if there's anything he may have left it in. Your eyes are drawn to the hand tightly clenching the armrest, which also doubles as a control panel. Ah, yes. Yeah, just move his hand. Just move his hand. Alright, it's kind of bent up. Oh, it melted. Yeah. Alright, so it melted. You can't find a card with access to the central computer. There's no hope for the O'Brien. What about you? Well, you already have Dr. Bauer's key card. You knew that it wouldn't have the clearance needed for you to access the ship's central computer. For that, you need either the captain's or one of the two members of operations. Maybe Lieutenant Bashir's card has been more lucky. Do these spacesuits look like held? I don't think so. I mean, they're indeed black, but that's about the only similarity. Where's the cape, you know? Another melted key card. Just like the captain's, it too has been melted. Rest in peace. Am I just opening that hanger? That seems like it might kill that person, but, you know, hey, alright. I think I've exhausted my options here. Unless I'm just really missing something. Aft thoroughfare. Oh, wait. Foreside thoroughfare. Hanger. There may be something I've missed that could let me get access codes more safely. Man, it told me that I might have missed something. So clearly I have, right? That's how this should work. Maybe it's in the crew quarters somewhere. Or they're just faking you out. I mean, they might be faking me out. Maybe I can use the terminal on the computer? No, it's not. Yeah, I already looked at that. I can't take this thing. Already looked through here. I mean, they might be faking me out, or I'm just not thinking. One of those two. Was anyone in the mess hall? No. Alright. Not gonna lie, you're a little worried about the Fire Slayer's refresh and everything it entails. You hope they do them justice and not wipe the slate clean. There's no way they wipe the slate clean. Actually, I shouldn't say there's no way. I shouldn't say such a thing. This is GW we're talking about. But hey, my faction as well is getting a refresh, and we'll see. We'll see where the future takes us. Hopium together strong, okay? Alright. Maybe this kills someone, maybe they were faking us out. No depressurization. They were faking us out. The bastards. As soon as you're through you vault your way down the stairwells, skipping increasingly more steps at a time as the gravity disappears. until you're eventually floating past entire sets of stairs altogether. What do you mean the gravity disappears? There shouldn't be gravity on the whole ship. It's pressurized. Well, maybe it's spinning, I guess, or something. Setting your radio to broadcast one hand, grabbing the guardrail in front of you with the other. You call it into the dark void of the hangar. Oh. Oh dear. I don't think my stun gun's gonna do it, boys. As you stand frozen in place, unable to move your legs, unable to speak, as the huge machine that has just pulled itself out of the darkness looms over you. Bad end. It's unlike anything you've seen before. No ship, shuttle, armored frame, or worker pod that you know of looks the slightest bit like this. Metal Gear. As you will yourself to do anything, the thing in front of you remains totally motionless until suddenly something deep inside you tells you that you've got moments to react to whatever is going on. Oh, time limit. Try to communicate or run. Let's communicate. You slowly raise both your hands, palms spread, take a step towards the thing. Hello, I come in peace. If this was the craft that the O'Brien pilots had recovered, then there might be a member of the crew taking shelter in there, you reason, as one of your final thoughts. I'm Lieutenant Liontower from the JFS Gundog. We've come to help you reactivate the O'Brien. You wait for a response, but neither hear nor see anything that indicates whoever's on board has acknowledged you. Whoever's in that thing, I'm Lieutenant Liontower from the Gundog. We've, oh no. Oh dear. as I suspected. We might be getting a bad end. You pause, having just noticed the sparks of electricity appearing around the most forward protrusion of the machine. Within a few seconds, you see it illuminated from the inside by an intense light. Oh no. Bad end. Acting entirely on instinct, you launch yourself sideways only just in time to avoid a searing beam of light. So bright you involuntarily squeeze your eyes shut and look away. However, you have been irradiated. You are dead in the future. As your vision returns, you look at where the beam had been focused and see warped and molten metal surrounding a deep gash that runs along the part of the catwalk where it had been stood, and then up the wall near the entrance. Through the vertical slice taken out of the wall, you can see the beam had penetrated all the way to the rear of the stairwell, slicing through the first set of steps in progress. Looking back to the machine that had just torn through the interior of the O'Brien with ease, you see the same electrical sparks and glowing light at the front of the craft. Grabbing the edge of the entrance of the stairwell, you redirect yourself and push off the wall, sending yourself up past the half-melted set of steps and towards the doors into the thoroughfare. So what would have happened if I ran right away? You know? Like, what would have happened if I ran right away? Checking the tapes. Tape checking. Snapping out of your paralysis, you spin around, kick up the guardrail, launch yourself towards the hangar entrance. Oh, so you just like... You just run away. Okay. What do you think is better then? Trying to reason with it like a nice guy, or snapping out of it and like realizing... I think snapping out of it and realizing that this is an issue, right? Maybe this is right. Just woke up in France. What'd you miss? Not much. Part 1 of this stream in February, and now this one. Yeah, I'm gonna, well, let's say we'll snap out of it, huh? Hansen, get to the Juno right now. We need to leave. Signal lost. Oh my. You don't turn around, instead continuing at speed towards the airlock where the Juno had been left. You're doing your best to formulate a plan where you look back at the four-side thoroughfare and see it scored with huge cuts that run from floor to ceiling, liquefied metal, the ship's structure framing in their paths. Same instinct that had saved you in the hangar kicks in, and you turn towards the airlock, racing towards the open entrance and stars that you can see in the distance. As you head towards the open cockpit of the armored frame, you try and remember the startup sequence that will let you pilot it out of here. Oh, we're okay. So if you run away, you just go to the... We just go to the frame and fuck Hansen, I guess? If I stay to reason with it, do I get Hansen first, I wonder? Alright, we're doing branching paths here, alright? Branching paths of loading. Nope, okay, you go to the frame regardless. Got it. You begin to climb up the Juno's chest, and as you reach the top, look inside to see the pilot's seat empty. Oh, and it gives me a time limit. Let's wait for Hansen and die. Right? Despite every instinct you have screaming at you to run, you know you can't just abandon Hansen. Regardless of his personality, he's still a crewmate. Your eyes fix on the corridor leading to the airlock as you wait for him to appear. You know he hadn't received your radio signals, but he must have seen what was happening to the ship from the bridge. Alright, well, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound. I wonder if it's possible to die in this game. Crewers, you asshole, you better get yourself into this Juno right now, I swear to God. Yo, what, sir? At the entrance of the room containing the airlock, you see Hansen, black box under an arm, running at full speed towards you. There he is! There he is! I'm here now, guess it's a shame I won't see what discipline you had planned out for me. Ensign, shut up and get us out of here. Whatever you say, sir. In one swift motion, Hansen pulls himself up to the cockpit entrance and disappears inside. As soon as he's in, you enter after him and quickly begin to buckle yourself into the passenger seat. Are we having a space battle? Space battle? In just a few seconds, Hansen pulls a lever and seals the Juno's cockpit, works his way through the entire startup sequence. Even before the main monitor is active, he pulls back on the flight sticks, and you feel the rumble of the Juno's engines moving the armored frame away from the ship as the main view screen switches on, showing the O'Brien shrinking into the distance. I mean, that thing can just follow us. We gotta fight it. I wonder in the alternative if I get in the robot and then have a fight with the alien and win and then go back and pick up Hansen afterwards. It's probably wishful thinking, right? What did you do? 1 minute I'm pulling out the black box, and next I can see a light show going on outside. Some kind of laser beam nearly cuts me in half. I didn't do anything. There was something in the hangar, and then it went off. It was tearing the whole ship apart from the inside. You tripped on AF's weapon system or something? Can't let you anywhere near those things without you causing problems. It's probably you start up the mech and then he says you're abandoned. Yeah, that's probably true. It probably doesn't diverge that much, right? You know, it's probably just some toggle where it's like, tried to abandon Hansen, yes, no, something like that. I mean, I may try it anyway. We'll save that one. What happens if we abandon Hansen? Okay, yep, it's just a yes, no. It's just a did you try to abandon Hansen? You're about to continue your protest at Hansen when you see a column of light penetrate the surface of the O'Brien. What the fuck? That's it. You gotta be some sort of prototype AF or something. I've never seen a weapon like that. Tore through the O'Brien's hull like paper. What the hell kind of weapon is that? Just tase him. No idea, but we need to take it out. We need to stop it, whatever it is, before it can do this to the gun dog. Alright, Hansen, it's time to be a fucking gunner. Now, look at our lieutenant. Who knew you had the stones? Guess it's easier to make the order than follow through, though, so I don't think you're hot stuff yet. Grizz, would you just... Before you can finish, Hansen slams the controls forward, pushing you back into your seat, sending the Juno directly towards the enemy at top speed. As you struggle with the frame's acceleration, you look across the Hansen, who's leaning forward, a deep scowl on his face, with his chest visibly rising and falling. Looking back at the main monitor, you see the O'Brien growing at an alarming rate as the targeting reticle on the screen shifts back and forth over the approximate location of the target. As suddenly as Hansen had started towards the unknown machine atop the O'Brien, he brings both feet down hard on the pedals attached to the bottom of the pilot's seat, causing the Juno to suddenly jet upwards. Oh, he did a jet upper? This maneuver is quickly followed by both flight sticks being yanked backwards, bringing the armored frame to a halt just above the target. As the reticle coalesces over the enemy machine, Hansen pulls the trigger and fires off a slew of bullets, which fly through the space that had been, until moments before, occupied by the mysterious enemy. You see small explosions as the rounds rip through the innards of the O'Brien. Where did it? The execution, the play literacy. Brian Fury, player detected. With a deft manipulation of the controls, Hansen simultaneously rotates the armored frame and sends it flying away from the O'Brien at speed as he scours the monitors for any sign of his target. Things fast, too. As quickly as it had disappeared, the unidentified craft reappears immediately in front of you, a telltale glow emanating from the forwardmost protrusion on its main body. In the second that he had to do so, Hansen had detached the Juno's shield and hurled it at the machine, disrupting its beam and buying him the precious moments needed to retreat at full speed. What the hell is this thing? Once again, Hansen surveys the surrounding space, trying to find the elusive and deadly enemy. There, it's heading right towards the gun dog. You point towards a small pulse of light amongst the stars, showing it on the screen. His skull deepening, Hansen once more pushes the controls in the Juno to their limit, moving to pursue the attacker at top speed. As the enemy shrinks into the distance, on the Juno's monitor, Hansen doesn't let up the speed, maintaining the high level of acceleration. The tremors you can feel in the cockpit grow more intense the faster the armored frame moves. Grabbing onto the straps holding you in place with both hands, you pass your eyes over the readouts on the cockpit's various dials and sub-monitors. Alert. Alert! Almost all of them are flashing warnings or alerts, with the needles on the majority of the gauges deep in the red. Keep this up, Juno's gonna fall apart. Slow it down. Hansen smirks at your order, scoffing as he somehow finds more acceleration that increases the vibrations to the point that you feel like they'll shake you to pieces. Any moment now. This is my Juno, Lieutenant. Don't tell me how to treat her. She's not as delicate as she looks. And we're gonna need all that she's got to get back to the gun dog before that thing. Cruz, we get back and they're dead. Yeah, you can write me up to the captain when that happens. Aware of every second that passed as the two of you race back to the gun dog, tension worsened by the near constant screaming of the warning systems. With Hansen in control, all you can do is hope that you get back in time before the gun dog can be cut to pieces by the weapon you'd seen make short work of the O'Brien. You've lost track of how long you've been pursuing the enemy when suddenly some garbled static bursts from the speakers and a shrill and panicked voice screeches at you. Please respond. Lord, this is Gundog 1 approaching the gun dog. Crew is, where you been? Get back to the ship right now. We're under fire from something. Hansen rolls his eyes as he's cut off by Vanessa's demand. Roger that, ma'am. Gundog 1 returning. Shaking his head rather than following up with an answer, Hansen quickly flicks a few switches and you see the readouts on some monitors switch to display information about the armored frame's weapon systems. As he does this, you turn your attention to the main monitor. In the distance, you can see small lights flickering in and out. Surrounding a point in space, the on-screen readouts inform you is the gun dog. With the Juno approaching the ship at speed, you can see that the lights are actually rounds being rapidly fired from the gun dog's point defense system, a collection of rotary cannons mounted on turrets along the ship's exterior. Oh, they're being controlled by Gunner D's nuts. You can tell from their short bursts that the erratic shifts in the direction they're firing and the machine you ran on the O'Brien is moving both quickly and unpredictably, with the automated cannons unable to keep up. Lord, this is Gundog 1. We're back at... the hell is this thing? How would I know? You hear Hansen mutter something under his breath too quietly for the communication system to pick up. Just destroy it. We've already taken some heavy hits to the port hull. Tell D's to watch that anti-air. As the Juno closes in on the gun dog, you watch the trajectory. Oh, cool, it's animated. Of the shots being fired from the point defense system, knowing that they indicate where the enemy machine was rather than where it is. Based on the speed at which it's moving, you know that if you're going to have a chance of taking this thing down, you'll need to figure out a way to get ahead of it. Just like clay pigeons, you got to lead it. You're about to make this observation to Hansen, but you see a deep focus on his face, his eyes tracing the path the enemy moves as long as it weaves around the barrage coming from the ship. With a sudden flurry of motion on the controls, Hansen adjusts the armored frame's trajectory, sending it soaring uncomfortably close to the gun dog's bridge, just in time to intercept the strange craft as it rises up from the side of the ship. Reusing the same evasive maneuvers? Amateur. Slamming down the pedals, Hansen positions the Juno over the top of the enemy, and you hear a heavy click as he pulls the trigger on the flight stick. Too easy. Oh, animated cutscene. Don't tell me it has an AT field. As the rounds from the machine gun slam into the target, I mean, those were missiles. Those were not machine gun rounds, but hey, all right. Hansen presses down on the button to the left. Sending a volley of missiles. Okay, we're good. We're good. From the shoulder pod directly into the enemy, engulfing it in an explosion. Great work. Mini missiles are good shit. If it's a volley of 4 of them, the target can't dodge as long as they're guided or smart. Doesn't matter how powerful the machine is if the pilot's no good. Aside from if it doesn't take any damage. Yeah, but how much mega damage? Well, hopefully you're using plasma for d6 times 10. Any other choice would be uncivilized. Although it's nice to have some AP runs in backup just in case you fight an enemy that's immune to fire. Which are common. As the smoke clears, staring back at you is a machine that you just seen hit by a swarm of missiles, each one individually powerful enough to destroy another armored frame. Oh, are we using SDC missiles and this is MD? That's a rough one, kid. Instead of being totally destroyed, the craft looks completely fine. You don't see a hint of a scorch mark on its armor. What is this thing made of? As if totally indifferent to Hansen's assault, the craft turns to face you and you see an increasingly bright light begin to build in front of it, with sparks and cracks of electricity running along its nearby surfaces. It made its save. Move. Don't tell me how to pilot, he yells back as he navigates the Juno away from the beam that tears through the space you just occupied. Only seconds after what felt like a moment of triumph, the tables had been so thoroughly turned, you find yourself being slammed from side to side as Hansen executes a rapid series of maneuvers in an attempt to escape the enemy's pursuit. Hit it with a truck, make it isekai into a different space game, yeah. Huge beams of energy blast through the space around you every few seconds as the Juno dives, climbs, rolls, and bangs. Is this some new KO lore? Yeah, this is Age of Sigmar 40k. Okay, so this is 40,000 years ahead in the Age of Sigmar timeline. Currently playing as in KO space assault frames. Can't wait. Can't wait for the new Ogrin Legion to come out. Instead of being followed by the Everwinter, they're followed by like a black hole or something that they use as a weapon of war. As he weaves through the hail of bullets coming from the Gundog's own defense systems and the attacks from the enemy machine, Hansen's breathing grows faster and faster. We can't outrun it. We're going to need to figure something out. Yeah, super absolute zero, yeah. This isn't working. We need to do something. Don't tell me how to pilot. Do it. Can't keep this up forever. We need to figure something out. Come on then, sir. What do you have in mind? We should... Oh, big decision points. Decision points. Use the ship's main guns. Dalton's creation. Get Haru out here. Dalton's creation. Wait, what was Dalton's creation again? That's it. If the missiles won't take it down, nothing else we've got is going to be able to destroy it. The sound gun. If we can't destroy it, then we need to change its tactics. Yeah, the chrono trigger. Hansen glances across you with a sneer, clearly about to criticize your idea, but before he can respond, his attention is taken by another blast. Dalton's been working on a compound to seal hull breaches, but he's been turning it into ammunition for the Juno's machine gun, too. If it works, we can trap it. The stuff's made of set hard enough to act like a new hull. There's no way it could escape. These sound effects. Yeah, the goop. The goop. What if it doesn't? Are you going to trust that little dork with our lives? Have you got a better idea, Ensign? That's what I thought. Alright. Gundog, this is Gundog 1. Patch me through to Cadet Grangi. Don't touch my controls. Shut up, Hansen. What do you want, Lion Tower? We're just about to send Rumney out, but the launch pads are damaged, so they're coming out the main hangar door. Deal with that thing for a few more minutes. Nothing we've got on the Junos are going to stop it, Lord. Just put me through to Dalton. He's busy getting Hadoos AF out there. Getting Hadoos as fuck out there. I'm in charge of this operation, Lion Tower, so don't go distracting my... Lord, shut up. Put me on through Dalton right now. Oh, Lieutenant, we're doing our best to get Haru out there. We just need a... Dalton, forget about Haru. Did you manage to make any more of your sealant ammunition? Oh yeah, I managed to make enough for 2 whole magazines. Send it out now. I haven't tested it. Now. Yes, sir. Was that necessary? Never waste ammo, Lion Tower. Before the other craft can respond, Hansen quickly maneuvers away and you see the empty magazine eject from the Juno's machine gun. Grangi, send the ammo out on a supply launch heading 0 Mark 30 full thrust. Launch in 4 minutes? Dude, that's a long time. 4 minutes is a long time to be fighting. Get it done in 2, kid. Ignore it. With the enemy back in pursuit, Hansen brings the Juno up to full thrust as he navigates the armored frame above the Gundog into a location he has the most point defense coverage. Okay. Pressure from the sudden acceleration pins you against your seat, but you manage to turn to look at Hansen. The mocking he'd just given Dalton at the forefront of your mind despite... Oh, should I have not? I didn't think he was mocking him. I thought he was just like, oh, wait, he started the sentence with "guh," didn't he? Okay, I forgot about that part. Yeah, good point. Oh, there it is. The main monitor now focused on the open main hangar door. You can see Dalton, just as ordered, sending a supply launch rocketing towards you. The average combat encounter is like 3 seconds, yeah. I mean, a dogfight, I guess, right? But 4 minutes is crazy. But hey, alright. He definitely manipulates the armored frame's hands to grab the machine gun magazine tethered to it without needing to stop. Pulling back just in time to evade another blast from the enemy cannon, Hansen slams the flight sticks forward, sending the armored frame tearing through space and towards the opponent. Better work, Lion Tower. Before the craft can evade, Hansen brings the machine gun to bear and holds down the trigger, the rounds all meeting their mark. Get blasted. Have some Zinch horrors. The foam. Dude, this is like the car crash in Demolition Man. That's where this comes from. As the shots land, the enemy machine is engulfed in a sudden expanding mass that billows outwards from the point of impact and spreads all over its surface. Within seconds, the attacker is encased in a thick coating of Dalton's compound, which sends suddenly, as it had expanded, leaving the craft's long appendages visibly struggling against the material's restraining properties. Stuff's not bad. Kid's done good work. We're not done yet. Hey, I've seen this before. Oh, ramming speed? Go to hell. Oh, he's gonna finish it off with a knife. He watches a rapid sequence of button presses on the right. Oh, he's actually doing the jet upper. I mean, not really. It's more of an overhead. The guy was blocking low. Guess for game. The whole armored frame shakes in each impact as Hansen drives the knife over into the small portions of exposed armor showing amongst the massive sealant. 1A! 1A, he's mashing. Your world becomes a cacophony of noise as the clash of the knife on the armored surface of the enemy machine, the screams of Juno's engines as they struggle to counteract the other craft's thrust, and the various alarms and warnings all fill the cockpit. Suddenly you're forced back into your seat by a rush of acceleration. Just about to manage to turn your head against the wall to see Hansen shutting the flight sticks back and forth and stomping on the pedals. Engines must have cut out, but the controls have gone on ours. I can't stop them. As Hansen continues to struggle with the controls, Vanessa screeches at you over the radio. Dude, like, what else is going to happen now? Some Pomeranian starts barking at us in the bowling alley? Jesus, sensory overload. Hansen, mark at 0. Despite Ensign HeyWoah gaining an advantage against the unknown enemy that had attacked the craft, JFS Gundog, a mechanical failure in the engines of his Juno resulted in both the unidentified machine and the armored frame crashing into the ship's hangar. Everyone was killed, heroic but bad end. Is that what we're going to get? Lieutenant Liontower and inside crewers were both quickly extracted from the armored frame and sent to the ship's sickbay. Upon cleared for duty, Lieutenant Liontower is ordered to the hangar to help secure the enemy craft. The hangar of the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. Like, they had to have known, right? You know? You stretch your neck from side to side, roll your shoulders as you wait for the captain's judgment. Dr. Rosarium had done his best for the neck injury you'd acquired during Hansen's less-than-textbook landing, but the captain had been insistent that her sole security officer return to duty immediately. As a result, after a cursory once-over, the doctor had given you an anti-inflammatory injection on one side of your neck and an injection of painkillers on the other, before sending you on your way. Oh, the old cocktail. This had left your neck numb and you with the vague sensation that your head could become detached at any moment, but at least you were up and about. Surveying the hangar, you know you should be thankful for this miracle. Both Hansen's Juno and the craft that had been fighting had entered the hangar at full thrust. If Dalton hadn't thought quickly and activated every single piece of arrestor gear, the two machines would have torn straight through into the belly of the Gundog. On top of that, they'd slammed into the storage container that held the tank he'd been keeping his experimental high-density foam in, causing it to rupture and coat the attacker in absolute bukkake. With the machine stuck in place, it didn't take long for Juno's engines to burn out as it pushed against the immovable object. Make a mental note to give Dalton your thanks later. Not only had your rounds loaded with the substance worked perfectly, it had saved you, Hansen, possibly the entire ship. What this did mean, though, was that the mysterious assailant which had torn the O'Brien to pieces and nearly done the same to the Gundog was stuck irremovably for the time being right in the middle of the hangar. It had shown no activity since it went dead just outside the Gundog, but having one of those eye-like cameras exposed didn't leave you the substance. Captain Bartomeu, is this craft secure, Lieutenant? Oh yes, ma'am. To be honest, Cadet Grange's foam has done most of the work for us. With the amount of that stuff it's covered with, I don't see it making a move anytime soon. Even the tethers we used aren't really necessary. When we get back to Europa Colony, it'll be easier to remove the entire hangar block to get this thing rather than carve it out. Is that so? Yes, ma'am. Wait for a moment as the captain allows your response to hear rhetorical questions to hang in the air. To her, I mean. As far as capturing enemy technology goes, this could have certainly gone more smoothly. The good old cum gun. A bolt of anger shoots through your body, as if you have any right to criticize things going badly. You immediately suppress this reaction as the captain turns back towards you. Regardless, you've all done good work today. Lieutenant Liontower, Cadet Grange. Ma'am, yes, thank you. Dalton, who'd been lurking at your side like a nervous shadow this entire time, squeaks. The unexpected compliment taking him completely by surprise. I mean, that is, if the container hadn't been in that area, then we wouldn't have lost so much hangar space, and I'm sorry about that. You swiftly but gently elbow the cadet to the side, which is, thank you, ma'am. Very good, cadet. Well done. Captain once again leaves a sentence to trail off half-formed, whereas this manner of speech had previously left you disconcerted, with its indication that there was something the captain was holding back. You'd found yourself no longer bothered by it. Whether this was because you were used to it or simply too tired to be perturbed was a matter you hadn't quite decided on. Dalton, on the other hand, was still clearly terrified by the concept of being in such close proximity to the captain, to the point where his nervousness was palpable. Captain, mind wandering back to the absolute big gulp of space whiskey. The mega pint. This is part of the Galgun game universe? I don't know what game you're talking about. If it wasn't for the rustling of his jumpsuit caused by his nervous fidgeting, you felt there was a good chance he'd be able to hear his heartbeat racing. As the chief, I finished my assessment of the craft, Captain. Dalton, you need to calm the fuck down, kid. With an amount of grace that surprises you, the chief, having appeared from underneath the catwalk, grabs onto the handrail and effortlessly redirects her momentum, planting her feet firmly on the walkway you're all standing on. Thank you, Chief Cathays. And your assessment? Hard to say, never seen anything like it. General structure is totally different from the humanoid construction you'd see on an AF. Whatever materials this thing is made of don't line up with what we'd see in Martian or Terran machines. Even the samples of that titanium they make on Lunar didn't have this kind of durability. Because it's MD. Based on the combat data from Crewiz's AF that it have been torn apart. Plus no indication of a traditional drive system. Your security assessment, Chief Cathays. You stiffen as a wave of realization hits you, causing a painful twinge in your neck. As soon as you got out of the sickbay, the captain had ordered you to secure the craft. In your current state, still running on leftover adrenaline and recently dosed up on medication, you'd followed that order to the letter, completely forgetting about assessing any potential risks. Yes, Captain. There's no signs that indicate that this craft is active anymore. No measurable electronic activity, no readings to suggest an active reactor. Looks like the whole thing has been totally shut down. Only reading that showed anything was a boson count, surrounded by a massive amount of residual distortion. No idea why, though. You'd need a whole engine to put out the amount I'm registering around it. As far as I can tell, Captain, whatever this thing might be, it's not doing anything anytime soon. I see. And the pilot? If there's anyone in there, they aren't getting out. I've checked over all the visible portions of the structure, and there's no trace of a cockpit hatch or entry panel. With how strong Cadet Grange's compound is, there's no way they'd be able to break through. They must have gone pretty heavy on the cyanoacrylites, Cadet. What did she mean by this? Cadet's taken zinc supplements. Holy. Yes, ma'am. It's a good thing, Cadet. If you hadn't had this thing, we might have been able to continue to rampage around the ship's inside. Best way I can put it, Captain, I hope they got enough oxygen and emergency rations in there to last them till we get back to Europa, because we aren't getting them out. And you, Lieutenant? You'd hope that the Chief's explanation would suffice, but the Captain had turned her attention at you expectantly. Agree with the Chief, or try to add something else? Are we a try-adder? I don't think I have anything really to add. Let's agree with the Chief. I didn't see anything that looked like a hatch when we were securing it, so I don't think anyone's getting out of there. Nothing to add? I don't think we can count on this thing playing by our rules, is an alternative thing I could have said. Whatever it is, it doesn't look like any AF I've ever seen. It doesn't behave like one either. The amount of punishment it stood up to out there, I'm not sure we had anything to do with it going offline. If that's just a machine, I wouldn't make any assumptions about its pilot either. As you watch Captain Barter muse, you see the brief glimmer of a spark in her eyes, the slight change transforming her in front of you from the consistently disinterested captain to a canny, analytical version of herself. She turns back to face you, pivoting on the one hand she keeps on the railing. In that case, our priority is getting this back to Europa Colony where it can be investigated properly. And the less time we have this on board, the less risk it poses to us. Crew. Chief Cathays, I want those engines online now. Cadet Grange, I want Ensign Crewwee's Juno fully operational, combat ready. If this decides to reactivate, I want to be ready for it. What if it's just a bomb, waiting for us to take it back to the ant colony? Lieutenant Linetower wants you on active patrol until Ensign Crewwiz is out of sickbay. You, Romney, and Crewwiz will be carrying out patrols on the clock until we dock at Europa. This thing has shown itself to be full of surprises. Just because we can't see a way for the pilot to get out doesn't mean there isn't one. Carry out a normal patrol and then report back to me. I'll be in my quarters writing this up. Understood. The three of you snap to attention and throw a salute in perfect synchronization. Even the chronically fidgety Dalton maintains a perfectly still, professional countenance. Yes, ma'am. Dismissed. With a shove against the railing, the captain launches herself towards the hangar entrance, and the three of you drop your stiff postures as soon as she's out of sight. Hell of a day, huh, Lieutenant? You roll your shoulder once again, trying to get rid of the stiffness that's working its way back into your neck. All in a day's work, am I right? At this point, you felt you were running on fumes driven by willpower alone. You admitted to yourself that you were on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. It wouldn't be long before it actually happened. I don't know about you, Chief. This is what I signed up for. Is that right, Lieutenant? Gives you a playful punch in the arm in stark contrast to her grace earlier. This punch actually sends you spinning away in low gravity, requiring you to grab onto a nearby piece of apparatus to stop yourself. Maybe not quite. I signed up to make sure this dog's tail keeps wagging, and right now the engine's offline. That's not happening. So I'm going to head back to the engine room. We've all got jobs to do, no time to stand around chatting if we want to get our unexpected passenger back to Europa Colony. Cadet. Main thruster module crew is Juno's completely fried. Don't bother trying to salvage it. Gonna need a wholesale replacement, understand? Both of you get to it. With that, Chief launches herself off a nearby railing and towards the hangar entrance. Much like you had with the captain earlier, you watch as she disappears, relaxing slightly once she's out of sight. Dude, the Chief is an apparatus. That's true. As you look around your surroundings, you see that Dalton has already made his way towards Hansen's Juno, leaving you alone. Kick off the catwalk and begin to gently drift towards the hangar exit, taking one last look back at the hangar before you leave. The once unstoppable machine now sits totally still. Despite being encased in the rock-hard compound, the misgivings you felt about how out of commission it really was were hard to ignore. Never seen or even heard of a machine with the capabilities it had demonstrated. And although the Chief had assured the captain it wasn't going anywhere, you weren't so certain. Beyond that, the thought of the pilot concerned you the most. What kind of person did it take to pilot something like this? Someone who just grabbed a whole bunch of nutrient paste, right, from the doctor's office. Your attention lingers on it for a while longer before you turn your attention back towards the exit. Yeah, or that weird suit guy that I saw for 12 frames, 12 long frames in the hallway that one time. Time for patrol then. Big save. Had it really been stopped? Nothing to worry about, Cadet. Just part of the patrol, making sure to check in on everyone. How you doing? Oh, I'm doing all right, Lieutenant. Thank you. You sure? Sure about that, Cadet? Well, in the span of half a sentence, Dalton goes from a bundle of nervous energy to totally deflated. I don't want to be here anymore. Everything's going wrong. What do you mean? Everything went right. It was great. Did we capture the thing? No one died? This is great. This is a huge success. Taking it back, you tentatively move towards the cadet, raising your arm to lay a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I'm fine. It was just... Oh, I'm sorry. Grab it. It's all right, Dalton. Having done nothing to stop himself, the force of you pulling Dalton back leaves him slowly floating towards your chest. Gonna be okay, kid. I didn't mean to get so worked up. It's been a really stressful day, and I'm finding it a bit tough. This job is not easy at the best of times. It's fine to be stressed out. I know, but I really shouldn't be. Come on now, it's fine. You're right. It's been a really stressful day. We're all feeling the pressure right now, and there's nothing wrong with admitting that. If we're being honest, I'd be more worried about anyone on this ship who's not feeling the strain. But the chief and the captain and you, everyone's feeling it at the moment. Turning away from you to look at the strange machine amongst the mass of foam. At the other side of the hangar, the trainee engineer signs despondently before looking back. How do y'all deal with it? Oh, being a fucking hero, you know? I wish I could tell you. Well, the captain deals with it with whiskey. I got Cassie and Chesterfields. Hansen's got Haru. Anyway, good luck, kid. Yeah, painting small plastic army men. Making hot chocolate. Getting a blankie. Playing some VNs. Pulling the ripcord on a 2-stroke engine to fire up some EverQuest private server. You're doing good work. I know it's tough, but just focus on what you got to focus on. Let us worry about the rest, okay? Driving to Gramps' place and splitting some wood to put in his fire. Thank you, sir. I'll do my best. That's all you can do, cadet. I should really be... Yeah, no problem. Oh, I hope that worked out. Alright, it looks like we're going to go through the entire ship and talk to literally everyone to hear about their post-successful mission misgivings and concerns and celebrations. And yet, it's been 4 hours, so that'll have to wait for the next stream, which might just be tomorrow. We'll see about it. Thanks for watching for now. Part 2 tomorrow? Question mark, exclamation point. Thanks for the subs and the bits. Hey, thanks for the hype train at the beginning. Good to be back. Thanks for all the 50 pluses, dude. Preach. Part 2 tomorrow. Get your hot chalky and blankets. TYVM. Probably start at the normal time rather than 8. I like this game so far. It's kind of neat. This isn't like exactly my jam because I missed, like, I've never seen any Gundams, okay? I missed the whole, like, Gundam thing. And I missed the whole Transformers thing. Like, it wasn't something I watched as a kid. But I can tell these people certainly did, you know? Here's to all the foam we'll be covering others in tomorrow. I'll do the foam maxing. Anyway, thanks for watching. See you guys tomorrow. I know you were a bit young for Transformers. I was not. I just never watched it. Well, okay. Transformers goes way back. It's true. Yeah, and it's weird, too, because I like Big Robo. I like giant robots. Like, that's cool. That's a cool idea. But I never watched any Gundam or anything. It's more like, I don't know, Die Buster and Eva and Mech Warrior and stuff like that. Anyway, get out of here. I'll see you guys tomorrow.